Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of A Conversation with Cometan. This episode is season 2, episode 14, and I'm really excited today to be presenting you the sort of final few sections, or several sections, sorry, of the Total Immersion into Astronism lecture. I know this has been an absolutely extensive lecture on Astronism, but I wanted to cover everything really as a kind of commemoration to the end of this founding era that is coming up. Obviously, I'm filming this still in June 2021, so it's not quite the end of the founding era yet as I'm filming this, but I think by the time this episode goes out, we will be in July 2021, and of course we will be in the establishment era. So this is really exciting, and let's get into what we're going to be talking about today. So today's lecture is going to be centering on primarily at the beginning, prismatics, so astro-spirituality, the spiritualization of outer space, and topics related. Then we're going to be moving into really a wide variety of different topics, really that are more smaller topics within astronomism. They don't really deserve the full lecture to themselves at this stage, or full episode to themselves, but I've wanted to include them as part of this one. Then we'll take a look at some definitions of astronomism later on, and other key terms, diagrams that I've created, and some concluding slides later on to this total immersion. So I hope you've enjoyed the series so far, and let's get into it. So this is section 8, and of course titled Prismatics. Well, you may have heard me mention prismatics a few times before, but really this term prismatics has a number of different interchangeable terms that we can use. We can obviously use prismatics, but also we can use prismata and also astro-spirituality. These are all referring really to astronist discourses that relate to really spiritual aspects of the astronomical world, or really spiritual perspectives taken on astronomism. And so these really are looking at how the spiritual aspects of astronomism, or spiritual understandings of the astronomical world, how these come to affect either the individual or all of humanity, and also how do these relate to the astrosoteriology, how do these relate to astronist philosophy and astroeschatology. Those are some major disciplines that I've already provided you with lectures on as part of this series. So even though the terms prismatics, prismata, and astro-spirituality can be used interchangeably for the sort of discipline or tradition of spirituality, within astronomism, they do actually have their own unique, special sort of technical uses, you could say, within astronomism, within astronist discourse. The first, of course, is prismata, which is the sum total of the spiritual functions of the astronomical world. So we may use the adjective prismatic as well in relation to this. This is very broad understanding, in a sense, a very broad definition, and includes, as I've said, any type of spiritual understanding, any type of spiritual function that is attributed to the astronomical world or astronomical phenomena, okay? Then we have astro-spirituality, which really refers to, in this technical sense, one's personal sense of these astronomical spiritual functions, especially as they relate to the individual. So really, astro-spirituality sort of is an extension to sort of broader spirituality, and the way that that word is used in sort of a very personal sense, and is not generally used in relation to humanity as a whole. Whereas then we come to prismatics, which is more generally used in relation to humanity as a whole, but is also used to denote the discipline concerned with studying these spiritual functions and capacities of the astronomical world. So when we are studying the spiritual aspects of astronomism in a sort of academic, scholarly, official capacity, we would use the word prismatics, whereas the terms prismata and astro-spirituality really kind of refer to individual experience and kind of the actual contents themselves rather than the study of the contents. But again, these terms can be used interchangeably. Perhaps as time goes on, we'll become more strict in being able to use these terms in different ways in order to create clarity. But for now, these terms can be used interchangeably, yet they do have technical definitions that we might use them for. So, because the vast majority of prismatics is based on the belief in the existence of spirits, this discipline and all of this section really of the total immersion is primarily influenced by the Transstellationist school of thought. And so therefore, this entire section is based on the presupposition that the soul exists and that spiritual functions persist in cosmic existence and throughout the astronomical world. I really wanted to say this at the beginning because I don't want people to sort of be thinking, well, does the soul even exist? Or, you know, in that sense, of course, you can ask that question, but the way that I'm presenting it to you today is on the presupposition that the soul and these different spiritual aspects of existence do certainly exist. Whereas in other branches of astronomism, that isn't always the presupposition. For example, when I was giving you the astrosoteriology lecture, that wasn't based on the presupposition of the existence of the soul. It wasn't based on the presupposition of the existence of spirits and spiritual aspects to existence, whereas this section is, because prismatics is based on and concerns itself primarily with the study of these spiritual aspects. So I just wanted to make that clear that all of this section is based on that presupposition, okay? So then I don't have to keep on repeating myself to say, well, in this prismatics, spirits are presumed to exist, okay? All of prismatics states that spirits exist, essentially. So now that I've given a little bit of an intro there, let's look at sort of the fundamentals really of prismatics. And really what we come to with that is this idea of the prismata. And really the convergence, as I've said there, of the spiritual overworld, this sort of understanding and perception of the astronomical world as really imbued with spirits, with spiritual functions, with connection to the soul, not merely emotional, material, or intellectual functions, but of course spiritual functions. So prismata, as I've just explained a few slides ago, is spiritual function as it concerns or kind of relates to an astronomical scale. Essentially, that because the astronomical world is classified as the existential source of scoped species, that was difficult to say, such an environment is then imbued with spiritual function. Okay, and that is the fundamental belief of prismata, this sort of astronist spiritual tradition. In astronism, whatever exists does so with an all focus on the astronomical world and its beholdings. So concepts either a spirit of a physical or metaphysical nature exist on this same centrality of the astronomical world. So what I'm really trying to say there is that no matter what the concept is, in astronism, it will always be related back to the astronomical world, of course, because we follow what we call the worldview of cosmocentrism. Therefore, a prismatist, which is a person, again, this term can be used interchangeably. It can be used in a very sort of colloquial, broad sense. So a prismatist can be anyone really who regards the astronomical world to be imbued with spiritual functions, but also in a sort of more specific sense, a prismatist is also someone who actually studies prismatics as a discipline, really. Therefore, a prismatist is tasked with dealing with outer space and astronomical phenomena as they relate to or are otherwise imbued with spiritual capacities. And as well, a prismatist would also concern themselves with how the astronomical world comes to affect the spiritualities of people, how it comes to affect or change, you know, the spiritual lives of individuals, essentially. That's what prismatists and prismata and prismatics all concern themselves with. So really, prismata asserts spiritualism in relation to the astronomical world. Spiritualism is the idea or the sort of philosophical notion that spirits exist, essentially, that spirits are distinct from matter, that they follow to some degree different laws to matter, and that they can be interacted with in numerous ways. And Prismata is sort of spiritualism, but in relation to and with a centrality on the astronomical world. What we call this form of spiritualism is celestialism, okay? This is the notion that spirits exist as distinct from matter, but that spirits are concentrated in and act through astronomical phenomena to effect terrestrial affairs and by extension, the affairs of humanity, and also by extension, the activities of transcension. So celestialism really is this metaphysical belief that is at the basis of prismatics and prismata, which really holds that the astronomical world is made up of two fundamental substances, essentially, matter and spirit, and really has this sort of application of belief in spiritualism to astronomical scales, essentially. Celestialism is the manifestation of this belief into sort of a more organized, formalized understanding, you could say, a more formalized system, you could say. So Prismata also embodies the translationist belief in the overworld, which is that the astronomical world is conceived as the abode of the dead, by asserting the literal understanding of souls inhibiting the astronomical world prior to their cosmic cessation at the end of the cosmotic process. The astronomical world is then understood as the, in a way, the kind of end goal, really, the sort of end existence, the end destiny, or destination point, sorry. And of course, this is what we call extralism. This specific belief is called extralism. So this is a translationist belief. And of course, in a sense, the overworld is a kind of conception, really, of the astronomical world as imbued with spirits of the dead, which is of course implied in celestialism, but the specific belief of that is what we call extralism, okay? So the often invoked term of prismatism denotes the belief that outer space and the entirety of the astronomical world is filled with astra, or astronic energy. This is considered to be a sort of pockets or products or derivations, really, of what we referred to in the Astronist Theology lecture as astram, the astram force, the interpenetrations of the divine into the cosmos is the astron force. And what this astra is, or astronic energy, is these pockets that are left over of this spiritual energy that is then able to be interacted with by scoped species. So again, based on this concept of scope and the scope of man and the sapience of humanity. But again, that humanity is only presently able to receive and experience a minuscule amount of this astronic energy due to our trapped positions upon the earth. So really, prismata or prismatists sort of interpret translation from the astrosoteriology also not only as a physical journey, and an intellectual one and an emotional one, but certainly a spiritual one, one in which there will be many spiritual gifts and benefits of transcension. Of course, the majority of these will come through the form of astronic energy, humanity being able to engage with this astronic energy in a way that is not possible right now due to our sort of nascent condition here on the earth, our confined position here on the earth, and of course our sort of limited positions in terms of our knowledge and understanding of the cosmos. So really, transcension in prismata, in the context of prismata, is really associated with, it's kind of like opening up humanity to this new spiritual understanding of the universe, essentially, this new spiritual engagement with the universe, essentially, which is what we do through astra or astronic energy. So this is something sometimes used as an astro astro-spiritual justification for humankind's elevation and eventual transcension into the astronomical world. And of course, in Astronism, the adjective prismatics, as I referred to earlier, is redefined because it already exists as a word. You'll probably know this, that prismatics is already a word. So in Astronism, we have to redefine it to refer to or to denote astronic energy, or anything really to do with astro-spirituality we may use prismatics for. So really the etymology of that adjective is belief in variance and brilliance, which is really interesting. I like that, that etymology there. So this then concept of prismata sees that due to the astronomical world possessing spiritual functions, then each astronomical progeny and phenomena possesses different degrees of astronic energy as a result, and that there are different pockets really of this astronic energy that can be engaged with as a means of Astronist mysticism or astrocystic activity, or as a way of improving one's astrosis, one's journey to astrosis. These spiritual functions then come to affect human endeavors, and of course, in the context of astrosoteriology, certainly possess influence on the salvific process of transcension. So really, prismatics interprets all of the rest of astronism in a very spiritual way, in a very astronic way, in a very, well, prismatic way, in a spiritual way, in the sense that spiritual aspects of the astronomical world are, of course, influential in the process of transcension. They are also influential in the process of astrosis, which is, of course, personal transcension, the individual person's heightening heightening condition. So again, this interpretation of astronism as very much imbued by spiritual functions creates new ideas, new beliefs, new schools of thought, and of course, new understandings of these astro-eschatological and astro-soteriological topics, essentially. So astronism then places, because astronism places an all-important focus on humanity's achievement and subsequent sustainment of transcension, and the same for the individual in the form of astrosis, there's really kind of this focus as well that pervades prismatics, and this idea that spiritual functions can help in the central endeavors that astronism focuses on right now, which are, of course, transcension and astrosis. And really, it is because of this focus that the concepts of God and the soul really are seen as components in, or agents to, these very important processes and attaining these conditions such as transcension. So really, this is, as I was saying in Astronist theology lecture, God and the soul and spirits and things like that, they are seen really only as agents really of the central goal that is transcension, or the central goal that is astrosis, of course, for the individual. So this touches upon the concept of agency in the context of astrosoteriology, essentially. And I think I've just said that, haven't I? So you can read that if you wish, but again, it's the concept of agency, this idea that God and spirits and the soul really are just another way really to engage with the astronomical world. They are another way of getting to transcension or astrosis. They are another way really of fulfilling the astronist promises, fulfilling the astronist goals, essentially. So my astral disposition, this would be really interesting for me to explain. So from the very inception of astronism itself, I've written this in first person, I have always spoken of my possession of an astral disposition. I really have, from the very, very beginning. And I've really felt this very strong connection to the stars, connection to the astronomical world in a variety of ways, not always in a physical or intellectual way, other times in a more emotional way, and then other times in a more spiritual way. I'm very much fluctuating in my connections to the astronomical world. I engage with all these different dimensions of Astronism. So I regard this disposition oriented on astronomical phenomena to form a core element of my overall prismata or astro-spirituality, and of course key ingredients to my astronality, and also key ingredients really now to my identity and my stellancy, my proximity to the astronomical world. So essentially, in plain terms, an astral disposition is a person's tendency really for the moods to fluctuate in accordance to the observability of astronomical phenomena. So for example, if I haven't been exposed to the astronomical world due to cloud cover for some days, my mood is really severely affected by this, and as is my capacity to experience industry and celestial mode, and really just to sort of engage with the astronomical world, of course. So I've really found that from the age of 15 that my exposure to the astronomical world has been very, very central to my religious beliefs, my philosophical beliefs, my practices, my meditative activities. Really all aspects really of my life revolve around the astronomical world. My moods, my emotions, my dreams, my ambitions, all these different things. I think this is what I'm really trying to say when I talk about astrosis. In the previous lecture, I was talking about how, well, what is astrosis and what does it mean to be in an astrotic state or to be close to one? That's what it means. It really means to have that astral disposition, really to orient oneself on the astronomical world, really. Really in a way that is uncontrollable in many ways. I mean, I didn't really necessarily choose for this to happen. This is just me. I didn't say to myself at the age of 15, you know, yeah, I think I'm going to start looking up at the stars and really feeling these feelings. I'm going to start feeling those things. No, these feelings came by some sort of natural or possibly divine or supernatural force. They didn't come because I told myself to do it. They came from something within me. Not sure what that is, not sure what the origins of that are, not sure what the source of that is, but it's definitely there. And it's kind of uncontrollable in many ways. And I think that's why my indices during my writing of the Omnidoxy were very sort of erratic, very sort of unpredictable, because I wasn't in control of them. I wasn't able to control them. Of course, what we refer to now as celestial mode is when I actually have the capacity to really control these indices, control this type of activity. But again, during the writing of the Omnidoxy, I could not control these indices. They just came and went as they wished, really. But again, all kind of centered around this idea of astral disposition, oriented really on the astronomical world, essentially. So there are many additional related beliefs extending from prismata that then come to affect the subject overall. These include, so I'm not going to go through all these. You can pause the screen now if you wish to, and just read some of these different beliefs and ideas and concepts. Again, we're going to now move into Astro Pneumatology. So just slight movement away from prismatics. We're still within it, but it's just moving into a sort of branch really of prismatics here. And this is what we call the spiritual manifestation in the astronomical world. So Astro Pneumatology is the discipline dealing with the effects on a person of being in outer space. Pneumatism is the equation of the capacity to experience astronality with the possession of a soul as bestowed to humanity during the scope of man. So really a principle that is especially important to the question of whether animals possess a soul with the study of the experience of astronality by animals called zooastronality, which I have explored earlier on when we were looking at astronality theory. This is actually really important because pneumatism, what it does, it intertwines experience of astronality with the possession of the soul, but it not in the same way that astroscenarianism does. So in the previous lecture, I spoke about astroscenarianism, which is the idea that That's ensoulment only occurs upon first experience of astronality. That is not what pneumatism is talking about here. What we're talking about here is that the astronality of a person is intertwined with the possession of a soul at the scope of man, essentially. That at the scope of man, during the first experience of astronality, during the enkindlement, just after that, that's when humans were ensouled. Okay, that's when we began to open up to the astronomical world. That's when we became ensouled as a species, connected then to our evolution, connected then to our understanding, our creativity, our really becoming a sapient species, was when the soul ensoulment occurred. And of course, that has now continued on down the generations to us today. So the question is, do animals have a soul in relation to this idea of pneumatism? If astronality is intertwined with the possession of a soul, then you would think perhaps not, because sometimes some animals, majority of animals, do not have the capacity for that. This is why zooastronality, which is the study of astronality or astronal experience in relation to animals, is actually really important. It's a really interesting area of study because it looks at animals' understandings of the night sky. It looks at, and it might sound stupid, it might sound silly, but it actually is an interesting subject, because what do animals think when they look up at the night sky? Do they think about that? Do they have the capacity to think about that? And if they don't, then do they really have a soul? This is what we have to consider here as part of pneumatism and the study of that belief. So again, that's part of astropneumatology. And another part of astropneumatology is the concept of astral grace, which really describes a compliment bestowed to those whom experience astral ecstasies or whom receive indruses. So you'll have heard me speak a heck of a lot about astronality, stellancy, and of course scope, which are compliments, but also astral grace is another compliment that is bestowed, but only to a certain amount of people. I'm not sure why that is, but it just is. I know myself, I've experienced astral ecstasies. I know other people who have also, but I also know a heck of a lot of people more who haven't experienced that. I don't know why. I don't know if there's some sort of divine plan for that, I don't know. But all I can tell you is that I've experienced that. I know other people who have. And so what we relate that to is a special compliment that we call astral grace. It also has other names as well, not just astral grace, but that's sort of the colloquial term for it. It has more technical terms than that. But again, yeah, this is a... Whether it's a merited compliment's interesting, unmerited or merited. Well, if you think about it, it's kind of an unmerited compliment in the sense of astral ecstasies. I suppose it could be both, because I know people who have experienced astral ecstasies as a result of engagement with astrocism. So as a result of engagement with mysticism or astral mysticism. I also know people, including myself, who've experienced astral ecstasies without any engagement in astral mysticism, from a very much more pure way. So I would think actually that astral grace actually holds a very unique position in that it is both a merited compliment in some ways, but also may also be a merited compliment in another way. I think really the astral grace that is the sort of innate form of it, where it's not sort of ignited by engagements with astral mysticism, perhaps is the original form of that, or the purest form of astral mysticism, sorry, astral ecstasies. But again, it's to be discussed and to be explored and to be really thought about, but also, you know, I do think it has that sort of unique position really of being in between both and being able to slot into both categories there, which we don't find that really with any other compliments at this stage. So we also have what we call siderence, which is the quality of human beings and all animate life as possessing both a substantial, meaning real, and physical connection to the stars due to the proven physical chemical origins of humans from beyond the Earth. So this is really talking about the panspermia theory, the panspermia hypothesis, which we call panspermism in astronism, and also there's other terms as well. There's other terms for it, but the most well-known term is panspermia. This idea that, you know, humans really do have a connection to the stars because of our physical origins from among the stars, but also Prismatics brings in this idea that we also have a very substantial and metaphysical connection to the stars. Of course, the metaphysical aspect is the spiritual aspect, whereas the substantial is the more sort of physical, chemical origins of humanity. The idea that, you know, there are parts of me that are made up of things that are not from the Earth, essentially, in layman's terms there. And of course, siderance refers to this sort of mixture together of all these different qualities into a singular quality that human beings are indeed related to the stars, can have a connection with the stars, and this is, of course, where astronality comes from. So extipathy is the idea that the personal inspirations of Cometan, meaning me, were bestowed to him by the astronomical world. This is a really interesting idea. So it's essentially the idea that not just myself, but anyone really who experiences astral ecstasy, or industry, or any type of sort of something that they can't control in relation to the astronomical world, or generally personal inspirations though, that these really were bestowed by the astronomical world. This is implying that there is a sort of spiritual function to the astronomical world again, of course, and that the astronomical world through the Astron Force is bringing these impersonal inspirations into the minds and body and soul of the person that is experiencing them. So again, extipathy asserts that there is this very close connection between individual people who experience personal inspirations and the astronomical world through the Astron Force, through the spiritual dimension of the cosmos. So we also have, sorry for all these terms, but again, we need to get through them because they are important. We also have AstroSomnism, which is the instance, experience, and fact of when a person dreams about the cosmos. Sincere admission, which is the expression of one's belief in the mystical and philosophical communication with the cosmos. And although the word sidereology is used for a different purpose outside in broader astronism, within the Astro Pneumatology discipline, the word actually denotes the discipline concerned with the, or the subdiscipline, sorry, concerned with the mystical components of the astronomical world, especially as these relate to humanity and are interactive for human beings. So again, sidereology relates essentially to the contents really that Astrocism or astral mysticism engages with. So if there wasn't sidereology within astropneumatology, then there wouldn't be astral mysticism, because sidereology really explores and expands on the idea that the astronomical world possesses these mystical components that can then be engaged with by, of course, astrocists and essentially by astral mysticism later on. So we also have this really interesting section. I think a lot of people are interested in this section here of our discussion today, which is astropsychonautics. So anyone who is familiar with the term psychonautics will know that this really studies the effects on the mind of people who take psychedelic drugs, essentially, and what the experiences they have, but also not only that, how this affects their lives going forward, how this affects their beliefs, and really what type of engagements they have during these trips or episodes of psychonautic experience. So in astronism, we have this still kind of controversial discipline really of astropsychonautics, which is why the reason why we've called it that is because this is the discipline that really focuses on inducing prismata, inducing spiritual experiences, inducing astral ecstasies. okay? Not by means of astral mysticism, but by means of a substance, by means of a, by an outside substance to the self, usually in the form of course, a psychedelic drug. So all spiritual experiences in relation to the astronomical world referred to thus far in this total immersion have been centered on experience that have not been induced by some external substance. That's a really important thing to distinguish, that everything I've said so far has not been to do with induced by external substances. And of course, what we really need to think about in this subsection is, safety and also responsibility and sensibility, that this is not for everyone, and that, it is also in some countries illegal as well. So we just need to be very, very careful with that. These substances are controlled substances, and, the Astronist Institution and myself and, all of Astronism really does not particularly advocate for this. But it is an area of study that we must study because it is a phenomenon that is increasing. And so studying that is part of the academic activities of the Astronist Institution and also the academic activities of myself as well. The pursuit in astropsychonautics is to achieve states of consciousness by means of subsumption into the astronomical world through artificial means. Of course, this means refers to really typically through the use of psychoactive drugs, essentially. And this is the sort of goal, really, of astropsychonautic experience and endeavors. Okay, so these people take these substances with the intention of subsuming into the astronomical world and experiencing astral ecstasies that are induced, experiencing indrices that are induced, experiencing all types of these different experiences that we speak about in astronism by artificial means, by the use of a substance. So, of course, there is absolutely no implication here that the Astronist Institution advocates for the use of illegal psychoactive drugs to achieve astro-spiritual experiences. For the question of whether taking such substances is ethical is an entirely different topic, so we're not getting into that today, I'm afraid. This is simply just for research purposes that we're studying this today or speaking about this. This question of whether this is ethical to do is another topic altogether. Instead, astropsychonautics simply explores the possibilities of the astro-spiritual heights that a psychoactive substance may be able to bring about as a means of engagement with astronality, okay? This is not the way that I, as Cometan, have or ever will interact with my astronality. It's not my thing. I've never done it. I don't ever want to do it. Some people have accused me of doing it because how else would I have created the omnidoxy and things like that? Absolutely false. I've never taken any type of drug like that, and I wouldn't do that. It's just not me. It really just isn't. It's not in my remit. It's just not me. But of course, I do understand that other people want to engage with that, and they do engage with that. And of course, I speak to a lot of people who have engaged with that fairly regularly. And they've described experiences to me that are not exactly the same, but certainly similar to the experiences that I've had, but the fact that my experiences were just not induced by an external substance. And that's all that the difference is, really. But of course, there is a big difference there between that innate sort of experience of it, which is what I have, but then also a person who has to take something to experience that, which is a different thing to me. It is a different thing, and it's something that really in many ways requires just as much kind of control and sort of just sort of sensibility and responsibility than what I have to do as well in terms of looking after my own well-being. So what we call then an astral height is a high that is brought about via psychoactive substances. that involves astronomical phenomena and progeny or exonormal phenomena. So what I mean by exonormal there is that a person may experience actually seeing an alien, for example, or a UFO, or they may experience being abducted by an aliens or something like that. Of course, when I'm referring to astronomical progeny and phenomena there, I'm referring to the involvement of this type of phenomena in a person's trip, in a person's high, okay? This is what we call a specific type of trip or a specific type of high, which is the astral high, okay? So during an astral high, a person is likely to experience visions of extraterrestrial phenomena that perhaps may lead to insights with regards to either faraway cosmic existence or to extra cosmic existence. So this is why Astropsychonautics is included as part of Prismatics and not in any other areas, because again, it is more connected to the spiritual aspects of astronism than anything else. And of course, this is why we've included it here. Astronists call any altered state of consciousness induced by psychoactive substances astrio. This is a sort of colloquial term that we use to refer to these states of altered states of consciousness. These are distinguished from astro-spiritual experiences caused by activities exclusive to oneself rather than induced by the consumption of any substance. So again, I'm just trying to distinguish these two types of experience within astronism, okay? Ones that are induced and others which are not induced. Astrionics is the branch of astropsychonautics that deals with the study of the state of consciousness that astrio is, specifically from philosophical, stellanic, and religious perspectives. You know, this idea of, well, if you can get to this altered state of consciousness of astrio, what does that mean for transcension, for example? What does that mean for the existence of God? What does that mean for the existence of spirits and the soul? What does that mean ethically? Those types of questions are studied as part of astrionics, okay? So Astropsychodelia is therefore or Astropsychedelia is therefore the sum total music, culture, or art based on experiences of astral highs. This may also be referred to as astrodelia in a more sort of colloquial manner. And there are psychedelic, and astrodelic adjectives that relate to this activities. And of course, astrodelia then forms one part of the much broader astronist culture. So again, the productions made through astropsychedelics are, of course, contributing to, you know, the broader astronist cultural framework. So again, the key difference that should be found manifest between the terms astrogenic and pharmacogenic, okay? This is really interesting. So essentially, what I'm trying to do again is try to sort of really distinguish once more the difference between induced astronist experience and uninduced or non-induced astronist experience. So when we use the word or adjective astrogenic, we are referring to experiences that come about through exposure to, contemplation of, or mystical engagement with the astronomical world without the use of an external substance, okay? What is triggering your experience in this regard is the astronomical world or anything related to it, rather than a substance, which is, of course, what we use the term pharmacogenic to refer to. So again, this still remains an unorthodox means of engagement with astronauty. I think this will change as time goes on, but right now it's still unorthodox. It's still a little bit, you know, we're not really that sure about it yet. We don't know the effects of this on the human mind. We don't want to cause anyone issues. And of course, you know, we are an anti-drug institution. We don't advocate for that at all. So it's a difficult area for us. You know, I think there's definitely benefits to this type of experience. It's a very interesting area of study, but I think it's still very much in its infancy in many ways. And of course, you know, the Astronist Institution understands that. And when we see that there are people who engage with this type of activity, there are people who engage with astronauty in this way, whether that will translate to orthodox means in the future is another thing. But that's essentially the differences between induced and uninduced. Uninduced is astrogenic because it's not induced by a substance that you are consuming external to the self. It is induced by a experience or exposure to the astronomical world, which is of course something external to the self, but it is not something that you are consuming. It is not a drug that is igniting that experience. It is the astronomical world itself and your understandings and beliefs and spirits that are igniting that belief and experience, whereas the pharmacogenic is not. It is a induced or synthetic or artificial experience of astronality. So opening up Astronist experience to Astropsychonautics or to psychonautics, and really combining these two means of interaction with the world has thus resulted in the further development of connected disciplines. You can see those listed there. I'm not going to read those out. Pause the screen if you wish to do now to take a look at those definitions. So now we move into sort of another area really of astro-spirituality, prismatic studies, which is Aspology. So Aspology deals with ambition and scope and how those two aspects really interlock and interact. So central to Astronist philosophy is the consideration of all types of concepts in relation to the astronomical world. And the discipline of Aspology certainly contributes to this tradition by relating ambition and inspiration to a stellanic or astrontial context. So really, Aspology then is the branch of prismatics that is concerned with the complements, that is concerned with ambition as derived from or as directed towards the complements of astronality, scope, stellancy, and other related complements, typically for the conditions of reaching the conditions of astrosis and transcension. So really the central activity within Aspology then is what we call stellation, which is the manifestation of ambition as a result of astronality and building on that, on scope as a result of astronality. Stellation is the manifestation of ambition, as a result of astronality. And of course, this is building on experiences of scope and actioning of scope. Therefore, to be in a state of stellity is to be cosmically inspired. So this is really talking about when the astronomical world and what we believe about the astronomical world is kind of really influencing our activities, influencing our ambitions, our inspirations, our dreams about the future. This is what stellation is really talking about here. And this is what Aspology studies. So on reflection, stellation was a precursor to the now fully formed concept of scope. But the term stellation has since come to form just one aspect of the broader scope concept. And that's true. It was a sort of a precursor to this, a sort of not fully formed aspect or concept of scope. And so anything that we relate, the term stellative, the adjective stellative, relates to stellation or more broadly ambition in relation to the astronomical world. That wasn't really that long, that's last section, so I'll probably do another more in-depth study of Aspology later on in another lecture in the future, I hope. We've now come to the second subsection of this section 8 on prismatics, which is what we call Astronist Enrichment, and this is a sustainable astrosis. So really what I'm talking about here is, like any condition or state of being, stellancy has to be maintained as it is an ongoing, fluctuating state of being throughout a person's life, from their astronaira to their cosmization, and possibly beyond as well. For this reason, the Astronist tradition of enrichment is established in order to provide astronists with the tools to maintain their stellancy. So of course, things like astral mysticism, things like astrosis methodologies, and of course, astrosoteriology itself, these are all concerned with gaining or achieving astrosis and transcension, but Enrichment is concerned with what we call perpetuation in terms of translation, and we call it enrichment still with astrosis. So really the perpetuation or maintenance of these conditions. Okay, so I'll just say that again, that an Astronist Enrichment is concerned with the maintenance of these two conditions of transcension and astrosis, particularly though in relation to astrosis, I would say, particularly more in relation to the individual, whereas the ideas of perpetuation are more in relation to transcension for humanity as a whole. So we've got sort of Astronist style retreats will therefore help a person to re-establish their stellancy if it has depleted, or to, in effect, top it up if it has fluctuated slightly. So, and activities like this may include going stargazing for a few nights, really getting away from the world around you and going out into the countryside for a few nights and just looking up at the night sky and really connecting to the astronomical world again. Perhaps reading an Astronist literature, Astronist books may enrich you again. It's really what enrichment is trying to do, is to maintain your Astronist belief and your Astronist experience, essentially. That's what enrichment's trying to do. It's providing these different possibilities or methods or ways of doing that. Okay, so we have also cosmic animism. This really is kind of deriving from sort of experience of the astronomical world spiritually, but is a kind of a manifestation of a spiritual understanding of the cosmos. So Celestialism or cosmic animism relates to really a collection of beliefs rather than just one belief. And it's really aside from mainstream astronomism in many ways, because it's gained sort of primary support within the Transcensionist school. Although the term cosmic animism encompasses a set of beliefs and concepts, all of these beliefs are based on an animistic view of the astronomical world, a view that is itself called cosmic animism or celestialism. So this is namely to say that astronomical progeny and phenomena possess living souls as a result of the whole environment of outer space being imbued with spiritual essence or energy. Of course, we call this the astran or astranic energy. Such a principle is sometimes used among translationists to justify their belief in translation and astranthropy. And of course, there exists really a series of different beliefs within cosmic animism. Some of them are of my origin and what I sort of subscribe to some degrees, and then others are of non-Cometanic origin, not of origin for me, but are of origin from other people, right, in the contemporary times, or with more sort of even ancient origins, some of them. Of course, some of these, I won't read them all out, but we've got cosmic consciousness or mentism, we've got morphic resonance, we've got panpsychism. So what these different beliefs then relate to is this concept really of a multidimensional relationship between the cosmos and humanity. Of course, we refer to this relationship as sidereology, but in the context of prismatics, really what this relates to is the essence of the cosmos as permeating the human body. So in sidereology, we talk about relations between the humanity and the astronomical world, and you know, that's particularly used in in astro spirituality. But in prismatics, this is, again, it is extended to the idea that the essence of the cosmos permeates the human body. Firstly, because of the influence of astronic energy, the preferment of human beings by way of their bestowal of the conferments of astronality and scope, as well as because of the origins of human life among the stars. So again, implying this idea or belief of returnism. So again, here, what this is talking about is the essence of the cosmos as being imbued within us, and a kind of spiritual essence at that. And so what this is really speaking about in the sense of a spiritual understanding is that the substance of us, the substance of human beings, is very much in relation to the astronomical world, is very much connected to the cosmos by our spiritual relations, really, our spiritual connections, essentially, to the astronomical world. Hope that makes sense. I might not be doing this very well, but I hope that it's getting through to some people at least. Again, if you want to pause this and just take a read of it, and then you'll probably be able to understand it a little bit better than me just sort of regurgitating it. So again, we'll come on to now what we call astral mediumship. So this is making a connection through the astronomical world. We have really a branch of prismatics here, which is what we call Astro Parapsychology. And what this really speaks about is sort of what general parapsychology speaks about, which is sort of unorthodox scientific beliefs and theories, but applies these in many ways to the astronomical world. And of course, this deals with mental phenomena as well, outside of the bounds of orthodox scientific psychology. Parapsychology is the understanding of parapsychological activities, really from a cosmocentric point of view, and really in relation to, and these activities taken part in, or as in relation to, the astronomical world. And of course, this discipline also relates to sort of broader traditions of pseudoscience within astronomism, which of course is not that widespread at all, really. But there does exist, you know, a debate, an ongoing debate, to the degree that pseudoscience has influenced the development of astronomism, and that is a debate that needs to continue, needs to carry on. But I wouldn't really say there's much really in astronomism that, in what I've showed you today, that involves that. Depending on, I think pseudoscience really is it's a very kind of weaponized term, I would say. It's a little bit like cult in that way. It is used in a very, very aggressive way, I think, by many people nowadays, and I don't think it's the best word to use. I use it in a way that is inclusive, trying to be inclusive of different understandings of the world, different understandings of psychology, and of course, you know, different understandings of really the involvement of spirits into things, the spiritualization of parapsychology, essentially, or psychology, sorry. And again, so astro parapsychology, of course, deals with this sort of tradition, really, within parapsychology that relates to the astronomical world, essentially. I'm not going to go over too much here. The only thing I'm going to look at here is astral mediumship. If you want to take a look at the rest of it, just let me know. Well, just pause it and then you can read that. Really what astral mediumship is based on this idea that the spirits of the dead, of course, are embodying the overworld or residing in the overworld, and essentially is based on this idea that they can be communicated with. It is essentially the application of the principles of mediumship and channeling to the context of the astronomical world, to the context of a cosmocentric understanding of death, the afterlife, and spiritual connection, essentially. So here now, as we come towards the end of this prismatic section of this very long episode that will still continue after this, we come to the 12 modules of prismatics, and I think this is the last one of the immersional narratives that you will see as part of this total immersion into astronomism. The rest of the disciplines that I'm going to speak about do not have the immersional narratives yet, or some of them don't require immersional narratives, essentially, is the reason why. But again, we come to 12 modules here. And the first one states that on the presupposition that spirits of the dead exist, astronomism's own doctrinal principle of the astronomical world being the primary existential source of humanity insists also now that the astronomical world does indeed possess spiritual functions as a direct result. The second module of Prismatics states that as it is insisted that the astronomical world does indeed possess such a spiritual function, extensive exploration of the consequences of this assertion must thereby be made by way of the discipline of Prismatics. The third module of Prismatics states that the cosmos is regarded as a living organism due to Astronist adherence to the doctrine of organicism. There exists then an animatic or spiritual essence dimension to this alive state of the wholeness of the cosmos. These spiritual functions of the astronomical world regarded in totality is called prismata or the prismata, okay? The fourth module of Prismatics states that all animate life in the cosmos share in this cosmic spiritual essence, but that due to the scoped state of humankind by way of its preferment, human beings are able to interact with this spiritual force that we call the astran in ways not available to non-scoped species due to humanity's capacity for engaging with the conformants of astronality, scope, and stellancy. The fifth module of Prismatics states that Transstellationists in particular see this engagement with the spiritual essence of the cosmos to be centered on the engagement with and proximity to the astronomical world. This kind of engagement thus represents a further dimension to Astronist activity that is missing from the school of astronaturalism. This really spiritual essence of the cosmos is therefore regarded to help in a person's ascent to astrosis and in humanity's broader endeavor of transcension as a means of engagement with the cosmos beyond the standard physical, spiritual, and emotional routes. We then have the sixth module of Prismatics, which states that because Transstellationists see the endeavors of astrosis and transcension, as well as the post-corporeal process of cosmosis, as intrinsically spiritual processes, hence an emphasis is placed on the spiritual aspects of these three conditions. The seventh module of Prismatics states that each person therefore has the capacity to develop their spirituality in a sort of unique way. The non-physical and non-intellectual dimension of their spirituality and overall stellancy is encompassed by this term, of course, of astro-spirituality. So the eighth module of Prismatics states that the degree to which the spiritual aspects of traditional Astronist concepts are contingent ignites division among the Transstellationist school as some see the physical, intellectual, and spiritual dimensions as equal in importance, while others see the spiritual aspects as more important, particularly to the endeavors of transcension, astrosis, and cosmosis. We also have the ninth module of Prismatics, which states that because the astronomical world is the source and principal medium, really, of the spiritual essence of existence, spirits of the dead are regarded to reside among the stars prior to their cosmic cessation. These spirits are interactive for human beings due to our scoped state and may be able to impart knowledge and truth about the nature and sequences of the process of cosmosis. The 10th module of Prismatics states that in this line of thought, deriving from the principle of astrothanasia, spirits of the dead are believed to imbue the astronomical world following their release from their host's body. Hence, they reside in the overworld, which is a type of afterworld based on the conception of outer space as the abode of the spirits of the dead. We now have the penultimate and 11th module of Prismatics, which states that essentially as is similar for the topic of the existence or non-existence of God, as we discussed in the Astronist theology lecture. The goals and central focus of Astronism on astrosis, cosmosis, and transcension remain the same whether the soul or whether spirits exist or not. This is because of Astronism's cosmocentric worldview, and it is also because of the analipsocentric understanding or orientation of Astronism as well, analipsocentrism. Finally, and ultimately, the 12th module of Prismatics states that in this sense, the spirit and its uses are therefore regarded as agents of the central Astronist concepts, rather than regarded as the primary focus, which is of course found in movements such as Spiritism and Spiritualism, but is of course not found in Astronism. So those were the 12 modules of Prismatics there, and I've also now given you this lecture and completed this on Prismatics and the sort of spiritualization of outer space, the spiritual aspects of outer space. We will now be moving on to the next section of this episode of A Conversation with Cometan, which is where we'll be looking at Disseminology here, really the spreading of the Astronist message, which is, of course, section 9 of the Total Immersion into Astronism. So now let's move on to the section 9, really, of the Total Immersion into Astronism, where we're going to be looking at Disseminology. Disseminology is the sort of overall discipline that studies the spreading of the Astronist message, essentially any instance in which a person communicates any aspect of Astronism to another person, whether this be in a digital form, whether this be in terms of advertising and marketing, or whether this be in terms of sort of missionary work. There are many different branches, therefore, of Disseminology, 4 of which I have included here, which we have, of course, dissemination theory, which looks at really sort of the philosophical discourses behind Disseminology, behind the study of Astronist dissemination. Metanic theory, which studies sort of the education and lectureship of Astronism. And we also have promulgability, or promulgation theory, which studies the dissemination of Astronism by marketing and advertising activities. And then we also have teratology, which studies the act of terition, the acts of, or the tradition of missionary activity within the Astronist belief system. So this is a very sort of practical discipline that is part of Astronism. So let's dive into really what dissemination really means. Of course, this is the discipline that we call meta-dissemination, which is why spread Astronism? Why even spread Astronism at all? Why tell people about Astronism? Meta-dissemination is the consideration of what dissemination is and what it entails, as well as the exploration of why it is important to the Astronist system that its beliefs and practices be spread at all. This and all other ventures into the study of dissemination are encapsulated by the discipline of dissemination theory. Astronism is a universal religion, so it is similar to Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism in the sense that it includes really, or wants every person to engage with it and to become a part of it. So in that sense, it is distinct from Judaism and Sikhism, which are described as ethnic religions. Essentially that, really to become a Jew, you have to be born one, and that really conversion to Judaism is very much rare. You will never see a Jewish person really preaching in the street or trying to convert others. Jews are very much, in the sense, really quite sort of enclosed really within their own community. And that is probably part of the sort of long history of their persecution, that they've had to become like that in many ways because of the persecutions that they've suffered, the terrible persecutions that they've suffered. Dissemination theory considers what an Astronist disseminator's role is. So what extent does an Astronist disseminator sort of have to try and in a way, try to what kind of authority they have, I suppose, in conveying Astronist doctrines in a way. What kind of ways are they allowed to convey Astronist doctrines? And to what degree does the Astronist Institution have sort of authority over how they present Astronism to the public or to specific types of people? So really the primary concepts in Astronist dissemination theory are that of dissemination and disseminability. So dissemination can be broadened to include any instance in which an Astronist belief, concept, practice, or really any piece of information is communicated about Astronism from one person to another, whether this be verbally, literarily, or digitally, or whether this be sort of in a biased way, or in a neutral way, or in a negative way. Okay, so the dissemination really includes any type of communication of Astronism or an Astronist aspect at all. On the other hand, disseminability is the aspect of a concept, belief, or practice of being able to be spread, of being sort of the degree of sufficiency, or the degree to which such an aspect of Astronism is easily to be spread, and especially in a way communicable and resonatory to different types of people according to their age, their nationality, their language, their religion, their gender. All these different aspects and types of people, of course, determine the disseminability of a particular concept, belief, or practice. Another prominent concept within dissemination theory is what we call delinking. Delinking is a process that can occur when a religion or any type of belief system attempts to make inroads into a country or civilization that does not share the same language or that does not belong to the same overarching religious tradition. And so when the concepts, for example, of Christianity was being trying to introduce to China, they just didn't mix well, because China has, of course, the Taoic religious tradition. It has its own sort of beliefs and very, very long history of philosophical and religious tradition. And so to some degree, particularly in Japan, which again has its own very specific, very ethnic religion of Shinto, and of course Buddhism as well, Christianity saw very few converts, and continues to see sort of very little inroads in Japan, really, primarily because of this problem of delinking, this idea that really certain religions just don't have the capacity to engage certain cultures because of language barriers, but also just because of cultural barriers. Certain messages just do not resonate with these certain peoples in these countries. So that's an example of what we call delinking. Metanic theory really is the theory of metanism, and it's the theory behind metanism. Metanism really is a dimension or aspect of dissemination, or the dissemination of Astronism, and it's sort of conducted in many different ways, and it is really the education of Astronism. So it's distinct from promulgation, and it's also certainly distinct from tuition. Really, metanism is the emphasizing of the principle, really, that the beliefs and principles of Astronism speak for themselves, and that through their correct communication and education to people will find sympathizers to the underlying Astronist message, even without them being sort of overly missionary, overly preaching Astronism. Essentially what metanism emphasizes is this idea that, yeah, Astronism speaks for itself, and the beliefs and theories and truths of Astronism really do speak for themselves without really needing sort of missionary activity to do that. So metanism focuses really on sort of a neutral exposition of Astronism in educational settings, primarily in universities, but also in sort of lower education levels. And of course, the term metanism refers to the educating of Astronism, this sort of the display of Astronism in an educatory or lectureship way, in a lecturing way. So again, metanism is very much distinct from these other aspects of spreading Astronism. And really, metanic theories is sort of the discipline behind metanism that really explores sort of the philosophical aspects of metanism and the works of metanists. It, it namely entails the discussion of what metanizing could and should involve, and what the role of a metanist is as an astronist disseminator. Metanists generally give lectures. I regard myself as a metanist. I give lectures about astronism. I teach astronism in educational institutions. And of course, you know, metanism includes an array of activities, aspects of which include astronist activism to some degree. We also then have promulgation, which is the spreading of astronism by marketing activities and advertising. This is kind of a new aspect of sort of astronism, really, and the sort of, it's distinct from how other religions spread their message. It's more modern, it's more contemporary. Really from the very inception of astronism, establishing a dynamic campaign of marketing and advertising has been central to the dissemination of this organized philosophy, really from its inception, as I've just said. In fact, astronism's tradition of promulgation greatly predates its tradition of missionary activity. Promulgation can be found from the very beginnings of astronism, whereas tuition really still hasn't got that much underway, primarily because I don't really, I mean, I like tuition, I think it's good, I think there's definitely worth in tuition, but I just don't think at this moment that astronism needs to engage really in tuitional activities or tuitive activities. So over the course of the last 8 years of our founding era, the majority of the Astronist Institution's efforts and my efforts have gone into the efforts of promulgation, the activities of promulgation, primarily, of course, in digital tools, you know, using online digital activities and tools to spread astronist ideas. And really that has been the central aspect of astronist promulgation for the last 8 years or so. And so the nature and overall dynamics of promulgation really were widely discussed in the Omnidoxy. I spent a lot of time writing about promulgation in the Omnidoxy, but primarily this was in a theoretical way, and really some of these ideas have really been outdated now due to the very fast-paced aspects of promulgation, but some of the fundamental principles still remain. And of course, you know, of course, this will continue on as we go on. There will be new marketing activities, new marketing materials, new ways of advertising astronism as the astronism brand continues to develop. And of course, as the Astronist Institution becomes more adept and more adept, at establishing really this astronism brand. So what we have here, similar to the other two branches, is promulgative theory, which studies the sort of extensive different concepts and frameworks and methods to this act of promulgation, and really discusses how astronism should be branded, really the attributes of the astronist brand, and sort of the strategies of branding astronism and how that should be gone about. It's not a very, it's not an easy, it's not a simple activity to engage with. So because we have to maintain a certain degree of reputation, you know, we are a belief system here. We're not an overly commercial product, and I don't want it to become that. But at the same time, we're living in this age of commerciality and marketing and consumerism, and so I really do think that the Astronist Institution needs to be aware of that, and it needs to be engaging in that, of course, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's the way that astronism will spread more and will gain more insight and followers, really. And then, of course, finally, we have what we call tuition, which is the spreading of astronism by missionary work, by missionary activity. So the noun tuition is the missionary activity of astronists. It is the spreading of astronism by preaching, by missionary activity, by really going up to people and saying, do you believe in the stars? Do you believe in transcension? Do you believe in the astronomical world as being central to life and death? These types of questions would be asked as part of a tuitional or tirative activity. Teratology then is the study of these different kinds of astronist missionary activity. And of course, teratology more broadly is the study of the spread of astronism, essentially, by the Astronist Institution, who may in the future send out missionaries who are called terators. And of course, an astronist is part of this activity in their everyday lives. The fact of being an astronist means that you are a terator. You are a person who spreads astronism by the fact of your own spreading of astronism by your identity. You're telling people about it by saying that you are an astronist. And so we have also what we call alignment theory, which is a branch of teratology that concerns the idea of aligning to astronism, aligning mentally to astronism, not rather than converting, but the idea of alignment, that you are sort of becoming to know astronism a little bit more, coming to understand the concepts of astronism a little bit more, and sort of coming to understand why those concepts exist and why they are important, and in many ways why they are true. And so finally, as part of the Astronist tradition is what we call luminarianism or luminarians. These are people who are particularly good at tuition. They are particularly good at spreading the Astronist message. And so luminarians are a sort of type of terator of astronism, and they've become well known for this activity. By contributing, and especially they contribute new and innovative ways in explaining and spreading astronism. This is what luminarians are well known for, of course. And so, to some degree, I regard myself to be a luminarian because I've contributed new and innovative ways to explain and spread astronism, as it's stated there. You could say in some ways that I'm the first luminarian. As the founder, I'm the first terator, but I'm also the first luminarian because my face really is astronism at this stage. And so whether that will continue, I don't know, into the future. Maybe when I've died and gone, I will no longer be the face, but we'll see. Finally, then, a grand treatise, not to be confused with one of astronism's great treatises, is a teratological document published by the institution that provides guidances, really, to current institutional approaches to tuition. So the institution is supposed to, or in the future will, publish documents that provide guidance to terators, will provide guidance to luminarians in their activities according to what the institution regards as standard or orthodox forms of tuition. So now that we've covered Disseminology, we're going to move quickly on to what we call section 10, or Cometanology, which is really examining the role that I play in astronism, which is something that, we haven't yet. I mean, this is going to be really interesting for me because this is all about me, this section. So this is about my life and how I've come to influence and found astronism, really. So I was born on the 1st of July, 1998. I was born in Preston, specifically in the old Sherry Green Hospital, which is no longer there. I was born in, of course, Lancashire, England, United Kingdom. I began my bachelor's degree in 2016 in business and marketing, and I finished that in 2019. I quickly then went on to do my master's at the same university, which was the University of Central Lancashire, the same one that I did my bachelor's degree at. And then quickly after that, in just this year, started this year in January 2021, because it's now June 2021, I started to undertake doctoral research, doctoral degree, of course, in an attempt really to eventually get my PhD in sort of 3 or so years' time. Really excited for the future. This is sort of the overview of my life so far, a very basic overview, of course. My parents separated when I was 4, and my mother brought me up really very much alone. My father wasn't really too involved. I did see him sort of regularly. I saw him at weekends in a very sort of short period of time, but I spent a lot of time with my grandmother, Irene Mary Taylor, and also my grandparents, my mother's parents, Hilda and William Warbrick. And you know, my mum really did bring me up really on her own, because we were with help from my grandparents, both sets of grandparents. But you know, I lived with her really since I was 4. So I've not lived with my father since I was 4. So I don't really have a sort of very close relationship with him. And really, as a result, I think I became dependent on and very close with my grandparents, as I've said, especially my maternal grandparents and my paternal grandmother, Irene Mary Taylor. I was born into a fairly normal family, you could say. You know, we had a relatively normal life to some degree, other than my parents' separation. There was a lot of turmoil really in my childhood. There was quite a lot. There was a lot taking place that I didn't really understand at the time. And I think this really did have a profound impact on me, as did the figure of my grandmother, Irene Mary Taylor, who was a traditionalist Catholic. So she believed in the Latin Mass. She didn't agree with Vatican II and the changes that were made. She was very much a traditionalist Catholic. And of course, I think between my mother and father's separation, sort of my dependence on my grandparents, and then sort of my grandmother, Irene Mary, sort of being this very religious figure, you know, I think that really made me feel quite out of place and quite, well, where do I fit in? Do I fit in with my mother and father who weren't religious at all? Or do I fit in with my grandmother who was very, very religious? So there's a huge extremes here, huge extremes in terms of the religiosity of different members of my family. I never really fitted in with friends at school. Although I was sociable and well liked, I didn't ever really establish a strong bond with any friends. I think, again, this all was part of my journey really to becoming the founder of Astronism, becoming the founder of this belief system. Because at the age of 15, specifically on my 15th birthday, really my life changed dramatically when I realized that I had a connection to the astronomical world that others around me didn't have. When I realized that not every other person was experiencing the things that I was, that was the key for me. And I really began then to sort of look at the astronomical world in a new way, to really think about the astronomical world in a way that I'd never really thought of before, and that no one else around me had thought of before. I started to regard the astronomical world as a source of belief, as a source of comfort, as a source of religious and spiritual and philosophical contentment, really, and belief and faith, really. Primarily probably because of the amounts of turmoil that were going on. And I really came to understand as time went on that to cultivate this deep and profound relationship to the night sky was absolutely my life's vocation, was absolutely my chosen, my absolute destiny. And was the path that I was going to choose for my life, and I've chosen this now. And I really do believe that this was destiny, that this was fate actually working in the process of this really conversion to astronism before I even knew what astronism was. All my childhood, I had been told the answers. I'd been told the answers to life, to life's questions by my grandmother, who really I wasn't allowed to ask questions back to. But I had questions that these didn't answer, that these answers didn't cover. I had no religion in my early teenage years, but because no religions resonated with me. So what do you do when you can't find the answers you seek from others? You find them yourself, and you establish your own means of seeking these questions, seeing this quest through, seeking these answers out. Hence, Astronism was born. that's kind of my story up to now. Prior to really my founding of Astronism, and then of course Astronism was born, and you know, you can take a look at sort of my story after that online at some point. Some terminology has been developed around me. You've got Cometanic, which relates to anything relating to me, really. Cometanically, in a way that relates to me. Cometanism, which is an interpretation, really, of Astronism that is specific to me and my understanding of what Astronism is. And then you've got a Cometanist or Cometanite, which is a specific follower of my interpretation of Astronism. So this is an Astronist who particularly follows me in sort of my interpretation of Astronism, which really has come to influence much of Astronist orthodoxy. So in many ways, these early Astronists who we speak about now are actually Cometanists, because what they are engaging with, what they are believing in, is a lot influenced by me, which is, of course, the early Astronist orthodoxy. Whether in 100 years' time that will be the same, probably not. And that's great, because that's what I want. If in 100 years' time there's someone looking back at me right now, and the Astronism is exactly the same as it is today, I'm worried. Change it, please, because I want Astronism to continue to change. Just remember me. Just remember me a little bit, you know, but don't forget me. But you know, keep changing Astronism. Keep adding to it. Keep having new movements, new denominations. I don't mind. I think that really the Catholic Church and when they sort of used to persecute Calvinists and Lutherans and they didn't like it because of the Reformation. No, this is a new understanding of Christianity that was part of the development of Christianity. I see the same way as for Astronism, this idea that no, if someone comes along in 100 years' time and says, no, Cometan was wrong, he was wrong in his ideas, and I know the true Astronism, I know what Astronism needs to be. Great, go ahead and do that. Of course, I hope that the Astronist Institution still sort of has my ideas as part of it, as you know, to some degree, but definitely establish your own Astronist Institution, establish your own Astronist organization. That's what I want. I want you to be able to communicate transcension, which is really the essential promise of Astronism, the essential belief, in a way that maybe relates to more people than what I can. So go ahead. Really, what really began to develop Astronism even more was what I call my astral ecstasies. I'm not the only one who's experienced these, but of course, my experiences of these astral ecstasies really came to develop Astronism in a very profound way. I came to understand Astronism in a way that I'd never done before. You can read a little bit about these astral ecstasies on this page if you pause right now before I move on. And then again, I'm not going to read all this out because it's too much, but just take a look at this if you wish to know a little bit more about my astral ecstasies and why and how really I've come to found Astronism and came to write the Omnidoxy, and I've come to write the one that I'm currently writing, the book that I'm currently writing, which is the Astrodoxy, which is coming soon. Just take a look here, pause and read. And then we've also got even more stuff here about sort of my experiences of Indracy. Again, take a look at this. I'm not going to read it all out because, again, there's too much readings going on sometimes, and I don't want it to be about that. So just read yourself, pause, and then continue. Really, my sort of composition of the Omnidoxy was really, in a way, a profound time for me. It was really a time of this deep introspection. A deep introspection is how I describe it. And really, I went very into myself in a way, in the sense of I used to have friends at high school, and I kind of forsaken those and sort of pushed them to one side and really talked to them anymore while I was at college and early years of university. And I think the reason for that was that I was going into a very deep introspection, a very deep subsumption into the astronomical world, trying to understand what this astronism was. You have to understand that when I first thought of astronism, when this idea of astronism first emerged, it was very blurred. It was not as concrete and as clear as it is now. It was very much blurred. And so you can see that really in the omnidoxy. I don't really think the omnidoxy knows what astronism was or is, because at the time when I was writing it, I didn't really know what astronism was. I had an inkling, of course, and I explored the cosmos in all ways, philosophical, religious, spiritual. I've done it all in the omnidoxy. I've explored everything, and that's why it's called the omnidoxy. But again, there's a difference really between the omnidoxy and what I'm writing right now. And when I publish the astrodoxy, you'll be able to see that. You'll be able to see the difference. The astrodoxy is much more systematized. It is much more, in a way, sensible. It is much more, less erratic, less everywhere. You know, the omnidoxy is very much everywhere and doesn't really know what it is, and there's a heck of a lot in the omnidoxy, and it's trying to be everything when really it can't be everything. And so I think the omnidoxy is really interesting for that aspects of it. But I think, yes, I'm now moving on from the omnidoxy, and I've got a much better understanding of what astronism is now, and that is being manifest in the astrodoxy. That doesn't mean that the omnidoxy is not important. It is important. All of the treatises that I write are important to some degree, but of course, you know, the astrodoxy will be, I think, more palatable for people, for the general person. But I still hope that the omnidoxy is enjoyable for people to read to some degree. So with my founding of Astronism in 2013, this established what I call, or what we as Astronists call, my incumbency. And so, it's been a long day. My incumbency. And so what this refers to really is my public life, my life in front of the cameras, my life in front of the camera here, my life as you know it, as the public, people who I don't know, but who know me. This is what we call the incumbency of Cometan. And so this is my public persona. This is my role as the padron of the Astronist Institution, the present padron, the first and present. My prominent role within Astronism, of course, my founding of Astronism. This is what we refer to all as the incumbency. And so really what we come to is this idea of cometanology, which of course is the study of the life, teachings and personage of Cometan, of me. This is the question of the role of Cometan in astronism. Really, what role do I play? I think historians and astronist theologians and philosophers will make that decision really for me. But all I can say is that, first of all, that I'm the founder of Astronism, that I'm the first padron, and that I'm currently the leading figure in Astronism. That's what I am. I'm the author of the Omnidoxy also. So I am these things by fact. Anything else that you attribute to me is something that you've attributed yourself. Astronist historians may do that. Secular historians may describe me in the way that they wish. I know who I am. I know what my intentions are with the founding of Astronism. I know that my intentions are pure. If a person wishes to try and desecrate that, you try and desecrate that. But in the end, the truth will out. And the truth is that I've had experiences since I was 15 years old, and I've only ever presented those experiences in a very rational, literal way. And I've only ever been honest about those experiences, about those profound indices that I experienced in order to create the Omnidoxy, in order to found Astronism. And again, that is all I can say. If you want to call me a cult leader, you go and call me that. If you want to call me a fanatic or an extremist or whatever you want to call me, you do it. But essentially, I know who I am. Do you know who you are? And that's the question that you have to answer yourself. I've answered that question. I know who I am. I'm the founder of Astronism. I'm the first patron of the Astronist Institution. I am the author of the Omnidoxy and all grand treatises. And I am the leader, current leader and figure of the Astronist Institution. I will die, I will go on, and I will become a memory. The degree to which that memory is central or remains central to Astronist belief system, to Astronism, is something that I don't know yet because it's not happened. But I just know that this last 8 years has been really, really tough in the sense of it has really defined me, who I am in this world. And I get a shiver. I really do. I feel a shiver right now because when I'm talking to you about this stuff, about these concepts, they're not just concepts to me. I genuinely believe in them. Not that I believe in them, I believe in them. I believe in the concepts. I believe that they are true. I believe that transcension is the right way to go for humanity. I believe in astronism. That doesn't just relate to the fact that I am an astronist, that I believe in the astronist beliefs and practices, because I've obviously founded them. I believe in astronism. I believe in the astronist system. And that is all I can tell you. Honestly, that is all I can tell you. And I get a shiver up my spine when I think about some of these concepts, and I become very emotional because I'm an emotional person. I'm not a stern person. I'm not a cold person. I'm a very loving, emotional person. And I'm an honest person. And I honestly believe that this is the right way. Not because I founded it, not because of any divine origin, because I genuinely believe that the astronomical world possesses the functions of salvation for us. I genuinely believe that. There will be many people in the future and right now, I know, who don't agree with me, who don't like me. And that's sad. That is sad for me. I want people to like me. I don't want people to hate me. But I know that it is inevitable that people will. All I ask of those people is that you look at yourselves, that you look at yourselves in the mirror, and that you can say truly that you've done everything you can do to become the best version of yourself. And if you're attacking me, if you're saying, well, he's a cult leader, or he's this, or he's that, he's a fanatic, he's an extremist, he's a fundamentalist, he's a weirdo, look at yourself first before you try and make judgments on me. That's all I can say to you. Let's now sort of move on from that more emotional side to me, and let's move on to the Aspology and Astronist Linguistics, which is, of course, section 11 of this Total Immersion. Aspology. So apologology is the study really of the appellations used throughout Astronist contexts. These types of appellations are called astronyms. So really these are titles that are ascribed to different things. Of course, the several series of appellations exist that form the major terms of astronism. We have astronism, astronist, Cometan, the omnidoxy, the astrodoxy, the vendox. All these words and titles are appellations. And really appellations vary in their formality, with some taking more official forms, while others are more colloquial in their usage and forms. But really, all of them have very important usages in the fact that they allow us to identify with words, essentially, and they allow us to understand that, yes, astronism is a word, it is an appellation. And of course, so is Cometan, so is omnidoxy. Okay, the process called reappellation denotes the instance in which the institution officially ascribes a new primary appellation to something. So, for example, this occurred with regards to militism, which was the original term for astronism. And so what happened a few years ago was that the term militism was replaced by the term astronism for a variety of different reasons. I don't think I'm going to get into it in this lecture, but this is what we call the process of reappellation. Again, here are some types of appellations that we can go through. I'm not going to go through them all tonight because there's so many, but again, just take a look at these by pausing the screen now, and you can sort of understand what I'm trying to say here with these different appellations. So again, the nature of astronism, just as it is open and part of the philosophical spirit, is that it is, and that it is also emotional, is that it has this quality of multifericity. So multifericity, or the multifericity of astronism, refers to the quality of astronism as having multiple names, being creative with the sort of literary appellations ascribed to this astronist belief system. And of course, there exists lots of different names. And I think part of that demonstrates the sort of creative aspects of astronism, this idea that you can give different names to astronism and it still means the same thing. But of course, you know, this idea that multifericity or astronism being multifarious is, I think, a great thing. It's a really good quality of astronism that I think needs to be protected, essentially. Again, here are some of the appellations of astronism. You can take a look at those if you pause the screen now. Further alternative appellations of astronism, we call it maybe the Astro Religion, the Astro Church, which is a kind of brand appellation, Astronism, Astralism, loads of different things. More here, more here. Again, I think the next few slides are going to be all these alternative appellations. There's a heck of a lot. Just pause the screen to take a look at them if you wish. These are what we call colloquial appellations. So these are a little bit different from the alternatives. These are a lot more sort of used in colloquial dialogue language, whereas alternative appellations can still be used in official documents and things, but they're sort of not sort of mainstream appellations that are ascribed to astronism. The Astronist Institution, for example, wouldn't really use the terms that are alternative in its official documents. But again, colloquial appellations are used primarily in dialogue, and here are a few. So let's move on now to the appellations that are ascribed to me. A cometonym is a appellation of Cometan. So this is to be used in the place of my name. Some have been ascribed to me already: Brandon Cosmic, Cometan the Contemplator, Cometan the Ruminator, Cometan the Wondermenter, the Cosmic One, Cometan with a K. Again, these are some translated appellations of Cometan. So we've got Gomedan in Armenian, of course, Coming En, which is a Chinese form of Cometan, Cometian, which again is Armenian. Here's some more Cometanican, which is again Armenian, Kometansky, which is Russian, I think. Rajul Al-Kun, which is Arabic for Cometan. We've got Cometan, which is, I'm not really sure what that one is, but I think it's probably Indian, maybe. One of the Indian languages, Hindi, I think. And again, we have these titles of Cometan, which are a little bit different from the appellations that we saw previously. These are astrophilosopher, philosopher of the stars, one is used, astrotikos, prophet of the cosmos, sophican, the systematizer. All these different titles are sometimes ascribed to me. Cosmic sinner, the forefounder, the great receptor, the new star, the scriber, the son of cosmos, the star master. All of these different appellations that have emerged over the last 8 years are, you know, they're really important really to the development of Astronist culture in many ways. And my role in Astronist culture, of course, when I die, I'm sure more titles will be attributed to me probably when I die. You know, usually that is what happens when a person passes away. So again, here are the different demonyms for astronists. So a demonym or an astronist demonym is a different term or a term for an astronist, essentially. So astronist is a term, a demonym term. Essentially, a demonym is the name of, or the name of, sorry, the word used for a follower of the astronist belief system. So we have here things like astralist, Astrian, Astrona, Astrella, Astronaut, Astronian, Astronite, Astrosopher, Eclairist, Hallower, Illumina, Man of the Stars, Woman of the Stars, Star Maiden. So again, these are some appellations here for astronists. Neutral appellations for astronists include Cosmic Dreamer, Part Astronist, Star Lover, Space Buff, Starman. And then we have appellations for non-astronists. These are demonyms for people who do not belong to the astronist belief system. These include Cario, Atrox, Asthete, Clarisant, a Constellar, an Inanis, a Paro, a Prisa, a Prisan, a Nescient. And of course, ex-astronists also have their own terms, which is what we call a devant, an antisadist, a demeter, a discarder, a discoper, an exa, a formerist, a priminist, and a willist. So there are just some appellations for former astronists that can be used. And again, here are some more prominent appellations types that we have. So we have appellations for the Omnidoxy, for example. We have the Book of Astronism, the First Great Treatise, the Founding Treatise, which is generally the main appellation that we use for the Omnidoxy. Different translations of the Omnidoxy. Omnidoxa, Quanjing, which is of course the Chinese version of the Omnidoxy, the Grand Centrality, for example. We also have different appellations for the cosmos that you may have seen. I've used a lot of these in either this lectures or in the Institutional Dictionary of Astronism or in the Omnidoxy itself. The all beyond, the astronomical world, which of course I use a heck of a lot. The overworld, the world beyond, the upper world, the cosmic strata, the beyond, the exoterra, the expanding universe, the great puzzle. So as we begin to come to the end of this section, we'll move on to what we call the linguistics of astronism. Astrolinguistics really is sort of the study really of many different things. It is the study really of linguistic functions of the astronist belief system very, very broadly there. Here are the branches of astrolinguistics. You can take a look at those by pausing the screen now. And really sort of a very important term in astrolinguistics is what we call astric or astrical. These are the most common in use for astrolinguistics, and they relate to prefixes and suffixes that hold astronomical themes and thus are commonly used to help form many astronist words and astronist names. So astrocization really is the process by which a word or name becomes astronistic. Such a process frequently occurred throughout Cometan's early development of astronist nomenclature. So a lot of sort of the work that I did previously was creating new words or astrocizing those words in order to make them relevant or approximate to the astronist culture and astronist belief system. What we call propositionals are an important classification of words that are widely used in the omnidoxy mainly, not in sort of post-omnidoxical documents really, the more sort of omnidoxical terms. The things like aforementioned, affirmed, aforediscoursed. Here are just some examples of those, pretty much all of the examples, I think. The prefixes latter and omni may also be used to create positionals relating to something addressed later and something addressed throughout, respectively. Anglophony of astronism. So definitely astronism is an Anglophonic religion or an Anglophonic belief system. I only speak English, and so the founding treatise of astronism, the Omnidoxy, was only originally written in English, and as is the upcoming Astronoxy, as I've written there. And of course, the Anglophonic quality really of Astronese and Astronist system is an important aspect of sort of the overall identity of astronism. You know, we regard English as the mother tongue or the original language of astronism, in the same way that Arabic is for Islam, that Hebrew is for Judaism, that Latin is for Catholicism. You know, we have English, and obviously a specific form of that is what we call Astronese, and this is our language. Yes, we have our own language for astronism, which is of course what we call Astronese. Linguistic qualities, well, we have what we call astrophone, or to be astrophonic means to be astronese speaking, or to be able to speak using the speciality terms of astronism. And so part of the development of astronism really was the development and establishment of this sort of unique astronist linguistic style. You can read a little bit more about that on this screen before I move on. But again, these linguistic characters of astronism are very, very important to the development of really the overall identity of the belief system of astronism and the astronist identity as a whole. We have what we call astronic adjectives here. So these are adjectives really that are used very, very frequently. These are in relation to the astronic tradition in many ways. We have astronic, pre-astronic, non-astronic, but then we also have astronist, pre-astronist, post-astronist, and non-astronist. Again, I think we have the same for even more, astronic adjectives continues. Of course, you can read those there for yourself. We also include things like pre-cometanic, cometanic, non-cometanic as part of this astronic adjectives classification or category. One aspect or one question that I get quite often is, why did you change the appellation or the main appellation of astronism to astronism from militism? The reason for that was what I call the inaptronymity of, or the inaptronomy of militism, which is that really I don't think militism really captured in a sort of way, as astronism was developing into an astronomical religion, the term militism just didn't really do it justice. It didn't really relate really to what astronism was relating to. It was more connected to my character of the of the Jesse Millett character, the fictional character. And that's, of course, where Astronism develops. And we don't deny that that's where Astronism developed from, in that very pure, in a way, very naive and childistic way, childish way, sorry. But of course, you know, Astronism developed on from that, and of course it needed a new appellation, and of course one that really captured the astronomical theme of astronism, of this belief system that was forming, of this philosophy. And of course, as a result of that, I chose this term astronism and moved away from the term Millettism. Again, there's a little bit more information there about Millettism and why we moved away from it. Another reason was because of the inatronic nature of Millettism, the fact that it's associated with militarism, millenarianism, and millennialism. There's a lot of sort of similar sounding names that I didn't really like. And so that's, again, another reason why astronism emerged as a term. So also part of Astrolinguistics is the study of the etymology of astronism. Sort of what are the word origins really of this term astronism? And of course you can read that a little bit here. Generally it means contemplation of the stars, essentially, as distinct from astrolatry, which of course means worship of the stars, and then of course from astrology and astromancy, which relate to divination by the stars. Contemplation of the stars is what astronism or astrony refer to. The onomatology of astronism, naming future generations. So this is really important. So Astronist onomatology deals with the sort of system. It really establishes a system for naming or allowing members of the Astronist religion to name their sons and daughters, their children. And what we do is provide what we call the Grand Registerium, or the Grand Registerium of Astronist onomatology, which provides all possible names for new Astronist converts or newborn Astronists. Of course, in mentioning this, it is important to define these two types of adoption of an astronym, an Astronist name. There are two ways to adopt an Astronist name, which is called an astronym. The first is astocy, which denotes the practice of an adult adopting a new name upon their conversion to astronism. This name is usually a mononym, as is the Astronist tradition, and may either be used as one's formal legal name in jurisdictions that accept mononyms, or as secondary to one's birth name. The second form of adopting an Astronist name or an astronym is called parturiency. Parturiency denotes the practice of an Astronist knowingly giving their child or children an Astronist name at birth due to their own adherence to astronism and due to their intention to raise their child or children as Astronist. The related practice of eponism, is when an Astronist name is derived when an Astronist name either themselves or their child after an Astronist figure. Either themselves or their child after a figure. Sorry, yeah, that's fine. I was just reading that. So the Grand Registerium boasts a significant list of names classified as astronyms, and the list continues to grow as astronism disseminates globally. Of course, as we disseminate to China, India, Brazil, all these different countries around the world, we have to change and add new astronyms that are translations of the original astronyms to the list. So the Grand Registerium will eventually be very, very extensive, as it already is now. The adjective astrophoric denotes bearing the name of an astronomical progeny or phenomena, and this person is referred to as an astrophore. I'm an Astro because my name, of course, bears the or bearing the name of Comet, of course, Cometan, Comet. So an Astro is a person who bears the name of such a phenomena or progeny. Here are some Astronist prefixes that are used within Astronist Ornamentology. Astronist names can be used or distinguished by the use of astronomical prefixes and suffixes. Of course, some of these include those. And of course, now we move on to what we call the discipline of definetics, which is the branch of astrosoteriology that deals with the task of really defining astronism. I kind of spoke about this a little bit earlier on in one previous lecture. I think we looked at this in the designation of astronism lecture, which was the first part, the first episode in this series on the total immersion into astronism. But essentially, there exists sort of 5 primary forms, really, of definitions of astronism. You can take a look at those there. We have emotional, functional, fundamental notion definitions, immured, and sophisticated definitions. So all of these 5 different types of definitions really look at astronism, define astronism, describe astronism in different ways, and emphasize different aspects of the Astronist belief system according, of course, to what they regard to be the most important aspects. Of course, there's more definitions here, more definition types. We've got simplified, we've got snippet, we've got standardized, we've got sub-use definition, and of course, we've got technical. So again, take a look at those different types of definitions of astronism, and hopefully you'll be able to identify those whenever they appear, whether that be on the internet or whether I'm describing astronism in some way. You should then be able to identify these different types of astronism definition. And then we have what we call the globalized astronism, the translating terms of astronism. And again, this is a huge, huge task that is underway. And part of this is what we call synety, which is the combining really of Astronist words into another language or with another language. The first of these to be conducted was with Mandarin Chinese, with my great friend Heastward, or Edward, sometimes we call him, but his name's Heastward. His English name, of course, is Eastward, or Edward. And of course, as part of sort of my asking him, does this make sense? Does the term Astro Zhao make sense in Chinese? He said, well, it's kind of a mixture really between the English and the Chinese. So that's what emerged really, this first instance of what we call synety, which is the translating of an Astronist word by means of combining it with sort of pre-existing word structures in another language other than English. So again, really interesting develop there. Don't know what that's going to develop into, whether that's going to see more widespread use, we will see. Again, there's a little bit more information there on synety that I'm not going to read out because it'll get boring. So just take a look at that if you wish to do so. And then we've finally, I think now we've got Astronist terminology, which is really the nomenclature of astronism here. This is the sort of tradition really of terminology that we have as part of astronism, really the study of Astronist terms, the study of the body of terms that make up astronism and its many branches, as you can see here. We have one of the ones that stands out the most to me is omnidoxical terminology. This is sort of the branch of astrolinguistics, the co-branch really, the co-discipline of astrolinguistics and omnidoxicology that really studies the terminology and phrases that uniquely emerge from my composition of the omnidoxy. So again, you've got these different branches, each of which discuss different aspects of Astronist terminology, different words. Of course, this is really interesting in terms of how do we look at this and how do we determine the different branches of Astronist nomenclature and how do we study these different aspects, what concepts emerge from this. Again, there's just really, really interesting aspects here. So much to cover. I mean, I've not able to really go into too much depth, as you will have noticed here, because there's just so much to cover. I could do a whole lecture really on astrolinguistics because there is so much. An important term there you can see at the bottom is what we call protologism, which is an astronist term that is hoped will gain mainstream use rather than specialty use within astronism. So that's a really interesting type of idea there. And now we move away from astrolinguistics and on to what we call Astrocism, which is, of course, the 12th section here of the Total Immersion into Astronism, which is essentially where we will be looking into the Astronist mystical tradition, or the tradition of mysticism within Astronism. And so, of course, here we'll be focusing on ideas such as subsumption, trying to become really into union with the astronomical world. Astrocism focuses on astrosis and the sort of individual person's achievement of this through mystical and spiritual means. Okay, so now let's move into really the first subsection of this section of the Total Immersion on Astrocism, and really sort of delving into really the fundamentals of what we call astral mysticism. Essentially, astral mysticism builds on the very, very long tradition of mysticism within other religions, but of course applies this to the astronomical world and the context of the astronist beliefs and practices. And really what this really means then is that astral mysticism is essentially the coming together or union of the mind, body, and soul of a human being, or humanity as a whole, with the astronomical world through what we call proximation, which is stellancy, acknowledgement, and experience, which is what we relate to astronality. This is regarded as really a progression from similar concepts in theosophy and the occult, and also from traditions such as Christian mysticism and also sort of Islamic forms as well. So really, astral mysticism is essentially the Astronist mystical tradition, or the Astronist tradition of mysticism, and centers on this concept of coming into union with the cosmos, with the astronomical world, through a variety of different means, primarily approximation, acknowledgement, and experience. So what we call an asabasis is, or an asabasis, depending on how you want to pronounce that, is a mystical, intellectual, and also a physical journey involving an ascent to the overworld, or an ascent to the astronomical world, which essentially mean the same things, but they have slightly different connotations. The overworld, when we use that term, we're referring to the astronomical world when it is conceived as the abode of the spirits of the dead, whereas when we use the phrase astronomical world, we're technically meaning the physical astronomical world, rather than that as imbued with spirits and things like that. So again, there's two different aspects to this, the physical and then also the more spiritual side. This journey is often contrasted with the long-established katabasis, which denotes a journey of descent to the underworld, or the world of the dead. So the concept of a katabasis is a very old concept, whereas the concept of an asabasis is much more now associated with astronism, of course, and is conducted as a quest for astronomical elixirs in most instances, usually as a means to achieve astrosis. Such a journey, as I've said, is definitely mystical and intellectual, and in the future, especially with space exploration and space expansion and the space-faring revolution, this type of asabasis, this type of ascent to the astronomical world, will also become a physical journey too. So really, astrosis is a kind of form of cosmosis, essentially, but it's achievable during one's lifetime. Cosmosis is associated with union with the cosmos in death, or the afterlife. Whereas astrosis is this same union, but during one's life, while one is still alive. And of course, this is one of the central concepts of Astronism, and definitely the central goal of Astronist mysticism to achieve. And really what we call autocosmia is a sort of related belief that the cosmos as a spiritual entity, when it is conceived as a spiritual entity, primarily in the Transcensionist school, holds the ability to possess a person's spirit, resulting in a state of ecstasy and also different preternatural abilities. So essentially what autocosmia is suggesting is that the cosmos, typically through what we call the astron force or the astronic energy, is able to possess one's person, one's spirit, in order to essentially become greater in tune, with greater stellancy to the astronomical world, essentially. And certainly I've experienced this experience of autocosmia, and I'm sure that other people who've experienced sort of astral ecstasies, meditations under the stars and things like this have also experienced this type of cosmic possession in a way, this type of heightened state of understanding of the cosmos through spiritual means. And again, autocosmia is a really important aspect of the astral mysticism tradition. Another central aspect here is what we call astronomical elixirs. An astronomical elixir really is a sort of either an object or a piece of information, or it could even be a person. But what it really is saying is that whatever this astronomical elixir is, it has the capacities to enhance one's stellancy. It has the capacities to enhance one's understanding of the cosmos or all humanities, and the discovery of such an elixir, the discovery of such an information or such an idea or such an object or substance, to change the way we see the cosmos, to improve it, to carry on with our endeavors of transcension and astrosis. This is a real important ability to be able to conduct. So, of course, intellectual astronomical elixirs are available to us now. Physical astronomical elixirs are, of course, not available to us as I'm speaking here today in 2021, because we just haven't explored the cosmos enough yet. But there will be, as I've said there, plants and vegetation, for example, on other planets that do not exist here on the Earth, that may have extracts that possess, powers of healing and able to, produce medicines that are much better maybe at dealing with diseases that we have right now. So that would be an example of an astronomical elixir, a sort of substance form or a sort of an object form of the astronomical elixir. But of course, at the moment, we're only really able to engage with sort of these intellectual and spiritual versions of astronomical elixirs. But hopefully in the future sometime, other people, as they begin to explore the stars, astronomical elixirs will become much more open to and accessible to humanity. So now that we've sort of given sort of an underlying basis to Astronist mysticism, we'll now take a quick look at cosmic alchemy, Astronist religious experience, and also some related terms. So cosmic alchemy really is the notion that the cosmos exists really as both a physical, spiritual, and intellectual entity, and really that a series of mysteries exists that are part of it, and that humanity has been destined to discover through the practice of Hermeticism. So really what cosmic alchemy is the application of the traditions of Hermeticism and alchemy to the cosmos as a whole, to the astronomical world. So this is a very interesting application. And of course, Hermeticism has been practiced since ancient times, perhaps even, you know, to some degree, very, very late prehistoric times. You know, the mixing of substances, essentially, the sort of mixing together of different compounds, of course, with varying different, what would you say, varying different abilities, of course. I mean, people very, very early on were not able to mix certain elements and others, whereas more in the Middle Ages, alchemy, of course, grew in huge popularity. And today, we really interpret this cosmic alchemy kind of in a literal way, in the sense of, yeah, literally gaining substances from other planets, from the astronomical world, really to try and understand kind of the makeup of the cosmos, really, trying to improve our understanding of the universe. Again, this idea that the cosmos exists in sort of like a threefold nature: the physical, the spiritual, and the intellectual. And sort of cosmic alchemy is part of the astral mystical tradition by trying to engage in these different dimensions of the cosmos. So really there are, related to this, are that there is 5 sort of categories or forms of Astronist religious experience. These include astrapticity, which is experience of the cosmos via the sense of touch. Obviously, most people aren't able to engage with that right now, only on this terrestrial world here, but we can't actually go into the astronomical world yet, most of us. So, you know, astrapticity is really reserved only for astronauts, essentially, and even they haven't not gone to other planets yet, and things like that. So, you know, astrapticity is something for the future. Astratony, which is via the sense of taste. Astropticity, which is the sense of sight or observation, which is, of course, the main one that all of us conduct as part of astronauty since prehistoric times, of course. And then we've got astrosmicity, which is the sense of smell, and then astrosony, which is the sense of sound. Okay, so there's these sort of 3 forms of Astronist religious experience that are in alignment with the different senses, essentially. There are some pre-Astronist related terms to astral mysticism. I'm not going to go through these. You can take a look at them if you wish. You may already know of some of these existing already, but certainly these are definitely related to the Astronist tradition of mysticism, even though they precede Astronism. And of course, it just shows that, yes, people have been engaging with sort of astral mystical practices for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And so, of course, there have developed a number of different beliefs and experiences and traditions that are really part of and have become more part of the Astronist mysticism or Astrocism tradition in sort of more recent times, obviously with the founding of Astronism. So really that was kind of like a whistle-stop tour of the astral mystical tradition. Not had too much time really to get into the finer details of it, but in another lecture, I'm sure I'll get onto that. What I wanted to do with that is just kind of give a really brief overview, and the same will be for the following few sections, really. These are just sort of brief overviews to these sections. Essentially, what I wanted the Total Immersion to be was a kind of focus on astrosoteriology, Astronist philosophy, Astronist theology, astroeschatology, and just kind of also a little bit on what we did last time, which was you know, astrosis and also my role in astronism as well. These are the smaller subjects I'll probably do more in as part of the Total Immersion 2, okay, which is coming soon. So let's move on now to what we call meta-Astronist theory. This is really understanding astronism. Meta-Astronism is actually really, really crucial. All of the different topics that you've seen addressed in this Total Immersion really have been inspired and have been in part emerged from what we call meta-Astronism. Essentially, meta-Astronism studies or centers on the question of what astronism is and how it functions, and how should it function. Meta-Astronists therefore try to understand the sort of internal dynamics of the Astronist system and how these dynamics manifest in the world, really, in the form of the different forms of astronism. And sort of there's many different topics addressed within Meta-Astronist theory. I've listed some of them there on the final bullet point there. So just take a moment to read those by pausing now. But essentially, what meta-astronism is me, or was originally me, reflecting really on what astronism was. Astronism had emerged, the beliefs and practices of astronism had sort of emerged, and I wanted to then understand how they interacted really with other religions and beliefs, how they interacted with each other, and the sort of internal dynamics really of this belief system. And of course, that's where meta-Astronist theory came into it. So astronism as a word can be regarded as the sum total beliefs directly involving or relating to the night sky in its very, very broad understanding there, as well as the astronomical world and the prospects of space exploration and space expansion. This includes those beliefs regarded as orthodoxy, which is of course what we call Astronist orthodoxy, and those regarded as heterodoxy, and those beliefs which are undetermined. There are a set of beliefs within astronism or within the Astronist system that are undetermined. We call this pre-orthodox astronism or pre-orthodoxy. The orthodoxy or heterodoxy has not been determined essentially. And really, you might have heard me mention this concept of the philosophical spirit. Really, the philosophical spirit emerged during the omnidoxy, but it was part of meta-Astronist discourse that this concept of the philosophical spirit emerged. And really, the way that it emerged was when I was thinking about the personality of astronism. What is the essence of astronism? What is our approach to these very significant and life-changing and yeah, overwhelming sometimes subjects? Our approach is the philosophical spirit, which is not specifically relating to a spirit or soul, but it relates to more of the spirit of doing something in the sense of, you know, the essence of something. I use the word spirit in that context here. So the philosophical spirit then is sort of the natural essence of astronism, really. It describes a fundamental approach to discourses that employ traditionally philosophical qualities, such as openness to new ideas, aversion to overt dogmas, intuitiveness, and a love of both knowledge attainment and the exploration of life's most foundational questions. So really that, in a nutshell, exposes really what the philosophical spirit really encompasses and what it stands up for in relation to the nature of astronism as a whole. And really the philosophical spirit has had immense influence on the development of astronism and also in astronism's quality of what we call motionalism or motionality. Really, what is astronism reliant upon? Again, these are meta-Astronist questions that really give us an insight into astronism more than just exploring different beliefs. This is why meta-Astronism is so important. So I looked at sort of Christianity really, and I saw that Christianity as a belief system is reliant upon the existence of the soul and the communicability of the spirit world. What I was really trying to say there was that if the soul doesn't exist, then that renders Christianity kind of meaningless, really, because all Christianity, what Christianity is about, yes, it's about love and God and things like that in the sort of very mundane aspects of it, but fundamentally, the the Christian soteriology exists in order to purify the soul, in order to make the soul ready for its union with God, essentially, or communion with God. So if the soul doesn't exist, that renders Christianity pretty much useless or pretty much meaningless. So again, Christianity is based on that. It's also based on other things. That was just one aspect of Christianity that I saw that it relied upon. And then so I related that to Astronism, in the fact that Astronism is not reliant upon the existence of the soul or the existence of a spirit realm. Instead, Astronism is reliant upon a person's experiences of astronality. This is why we hold to the concept of emotionalism, this idea that really astronality exists at the basis of all astronism, that if astronality doesn't exist, then we're wasting our time. People's lack of experience of astronality is regarded as the epitome of the controversion, and it is this that Astronism seeks to repair. So again, this is why the basis of Astronism is astronality, the emotion of astronality, rather than any particular belief or event or sort of ethereal existence. Really, Astronism is based on this experience of astronality. What we call this term thematization is actually really important because it really, you should have noticed that through this extensive exploration of Astronism, in different instances, there have been different focuses made on certain Astronist disciplines or beliefs. Astronism should be understood as a constantly changing and moving entity, of course, with motionality, whose system functions like a mechanism. Each of these identified themes of Astronism are constantly vying for prominence over the others. And here we come to the function of thematization. So thematization then is a function within Astronism that Astronism can be approached or even presented in a way that is according to a specific theme. So you can present Astronism in a very soteriological way, in a way that focuses on transcension, in a way that focuses on salvation through the astronomical world. You can also present Astronism in a very theological way, focusing on the divine, focusing on divine intervenience and the role of the divine in transcension. Okay, this is what we call the theme or thematization process. As I've said, each of these themes is sort of constantly really vying for prominence within Astronism and Astronist language. And you can just read a little bit more about the different narratives that we have, whether they would be soterial, ecstatic, or prismatic at the bottom there. So just pause and take a read of the last bullet point there. So really, Astronism has been founded in a time when spacefaring is really sort of still a really fair phenomenon, really. But from the perspective of the institution, we consider the prospect of when spacefaring becomes commonplace and the galaxy in which we reside becomes a much smaller place due to the vastly improved capacities of humankind to explore it and to expand throughout it. The unattainability of outer space for humanity's current physical and technological capacities really means that sort of space remains an unattainable frontier, which sort of gives this awe to us. And I think that that's a really important part of the Astronist system, is that space and the astronomical world really is this final frontier for humanity, this greatest and final frontier for humanity to overcome. Which will likely take hundreds, if not thousands of years, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. But really, what this will do is present Astronism in a way that is very much for the future, very much has sort of untold depth, really, untold depth and breadth as a belief system. And this is why I'm so excited for Astronism to be pushed out into the world, because I think that Astronism will still have relevance even when humanity is living on other planets, even when humanity is living on the other side of the galaxy or in another galaxy. Astronism will still have relevance. It always will, because it is a system that has been designed to change and shift and move on, and as humanity also progresses. So here we have what we call the escape paradox, or really the escape principle. This is really essentially the notion that Astronism is preoccupied with humanity's escaping of various conditions and environments. And this is a funny way to think about it, really, but it is actually true. Firstly, astronists want us to get rid of or get out of the confinements of the Earth as a singular planet, to become multiplanetary. Then from the solar system, then from the Milky Way galaxy, and then from the cosmos itself, so as to achieve ultimation. But in highlighting this attribute of Astronism, posited is the question of whether such escapes are never-ending. So, once we've got out of the cosmos, will there be something else that we have to get out of? Will there be something else that we have to transcend or try to get out of or into again or something? There's this sort of endless aspect of Astronism in that way, that it's this escape paradox or this escape principle, this idea that we need to release ourselves from the confinements of whatever environment that we find ourselves in, whatever existence, whatever limited existence that we find ourselves in, that we've sort of reached the capacity of. We then need to get out of that in order to continue, in order to survive, in order to really reach what we talk about as the ultimation. So, belief in Astronism. A core characteristic of my approaches to meta-Astronist theory has been to determine not only what the Astronist system is, but what it means and whether it correctly functions and can fulfill its demands. So another really definition of Astronism is belief in Astronism as a system. I think I've spoken about this earlier on, and this is what we call fiderism, belief in the system of Astronism. And this really emerges as part of meta-Astronist discourse, really. You can learn a little bit more about fiderism from the Institutional Dictionary. And again, we're going to be putting more articles out on Astropedia and astronism.org and astronism.com as time goes on. Astronism and objectivism. So objectivism is the tendency to emphasize what is external to or independent of the mind. In many ways, this reveals Astronism, and especially when emphasizing the emotion of astronality, to be very much about human, or in a broader sense, sapient experience of the astronomical world. And really the astrosoteriology could be argued as very independent of the individual mind in regards to outer space, really as being integral to collective astrosis or contributionism or transcension. So I really do think that, yes, although Astronism is based on astronality and sort of emotional characteristics, where we are experiencing those emotions is from an external entity that is physical, that is real, that is engageable with, I don't think engageable is a word, but engageable with, interactive with, and of course, external to us. Really, these different sort of, really what meta-Astronism tries to also look at is the different branches of Astronism in terms of the different disciplines, and each of these disciplines can be understood as establishing discourses about various different subjects within Astronism. Here are some really the main disciplines of Astronism, really, the central disciplines of Astronism, and just take a look at what they sort of explore and what discourses they are attempting to establish, really. We then have existent approaches. So here are just some different approaches to Astronism. You can find definitions of these in the Institutional Dictionary of Astronism, which is free to look at online. You can look at the full book online, or you can purchase it, like sort of a paperback version. Again, these are just some approaches to Astronism, and now that we've sort of looked at those different approaches, this nicely leads into sort of looking at the animate nature of Astronism, this sort of aspect of Astronism, or this theory of Astronism as being alive. Astronism as alive. Throughout the founding era, particularly in various instances in the Omnidoxy, the notion that Astronism is very much alive has emerged in a variety of forms, both poetically and more directly. What all these assertions of Astronism's status of being alive relate to is the quality known as the animateness of Astronism. And really what this is referring to, in a sense, is that it's kind of referring to the emotional nature of Astronism, this idea that Astronism is a living organism because of its mechanical system, essentially, because it is moving, because it is really constantly changing, it is constantly adapting, and this is sort of used as a metaphor for Astronism being alive. It is not only changing, but it is adapting to new environments and circumstances that it finds itself in. I'm not going to read all this out here, but you can pause and take a look. Again, there are sort of these two different aspects really to Astronism's animateness, called elasticity. So this is the capacity for Astronism to change, and then there's motionality, which is a decision to change Astronism. Okay, so again, there's these two different aspects of the animateness of Astronism there. Now we move on to quickly the Astronist taxonomy, which is the sort of classification really of the different elements that come to form Astronist belief system. We've spoken about the taxonomy of Astronism quite indirectly before, how the different denominations of Astronism are categorized, and also the different existent movements within Astronism. And of course, you know, taxology really discusses the organization of different elements within Astronism. So we have branches, disciplines, elements, realms, phylums, classes, orders, families, and generas. These are based on the sort of general, I think they're from zoology, actually, funnily enough. We've used a similar structure here that they do in the animal kingdom, where they classify different species, essentially. Well, we use that same type of system in Astronism to classify different elements of the Astronist system, different beliefs, different functions, different theories, frameworks, all these different types of things all need categorization. And so this is what Astronist taxonomy tries to achieve. Again, we're sort of moving quickly through these different branches of meta-Astronist theory, just because to go into these in depth would require, you know, a full lecture for themselves. So, you know, I don't want to sort of, I don't want to make it seem as though I'm, you know, not giving much importance to these things. These things are very important. But again, this slide, I mean, the Total Immersion is already over 1,000 slides long. So it would probably be 2,000 or 3,000 slides long if I really went through absolutely everything, which I may do in the future. You never know. Probably will. We've now got Disseminology, which is the structural dynamics of Astronism, studying the sort of, really what Disseminology studies is the coherence and consistency of this Astronist belief system. So it asks, well, does the astrosoteriology make sense? Is there systems of logic within here? Do the notions of logic and theories make sense? Are they rational? Are they justified? This is what Disseminology really is trying to do. It's trying to dissect the Astronist system and trying to really critically examine it in a very, very, in a way, very scholarly way, in a way that studies really the efficacy of this system, the degree to which it makes sense, essentially, and also the different goals it has. So a dioceum is really a type of seminar that deals with these different types of issues within Astronism that have been sort of identified, that look really at sort of these problems, in a sense, that may exist within Astronism. And there does exist different problems within Astronism. The entire astrosoteriology and astroeschatology will have areas where, you know, it isn't entirely coherent, and what diosology is trying to do is like a little robot in a way, if you imagine it like that way. You imagine astronism as sort of a mechanism going along, and diosology is this discipline that's like a little robot trying to fix elements of this mechanism that don't work or that don't function properly or don't function to the best of their ability. So there are sort of two really main belief orientations within diosology, or two different approaches, which represent opposing views really on the topic of the degree to which institutions and persons within astronism are to be given authority in how astronism changes. We've got dilutionism, which states that such entities, such as institutions and persons, must be limited in the extent to which sort of, you know, these beliefs and personages are allowed to be followed, devoted to, or implemented in a way really to avoid sort of the devolution of the Astronist system into worshipping such things, into sort of overly devoting to a person or an idea or any one concept really. Then we've got oppositely concentrationism, which does sort of allow kind of any type of activity to take place. So dilutionism is a little bit more controlling in that aspect. It says that, well, we don't want people sort of focusing on any particular astronist figure too much, placing too much emphasis on any one text also, any one book, you know. So again, dilutionism is pretty strong at this moment in time, I think. There's aspects of both. There's aspects of both approaches. But again, very, very interesting, and all part of this study really of trying to make the perfect system, which is essentially what diosology is trying to do. We have now what I've already referred to before, or already inferred, is the different forms of astronism. So how does astronism manifest in these different ways? Well, there are these sort of principal forms here. You've got circumstantial, heterodoxical, omnidoxical, syncretic, levels of orthodoxy or orthodoxical, temporal, and then you've got many sort of miscellaneous principal forms. You've got the primary forms, which are dispositional, philosophical, practical, religious, and theoretical. Again, you can take a look at all these different terms. They are all within the Astronist dictionary that I published in March. So just take a look at them if you wish to know more, or you're curious about any one particular phrase or term here. We also then have the levels of orthodoxy, which are, of course, at the bottom. We have heterodoxical. We also have ultra-orthodox. We also, at the very sort of bottom there, you know, we have orthodox really as sort of in the middle, kind of with liberalism a little bit, liberal astronism, and then we've got institutional astronism. Actually, I don't think that's categorized in the right way, in the sense that I think orthodoxy and heterodoxy at the other end. So yeah, I don't think that's in any particular order, actually, this slide here. But again, it just gives you an idea of these different levels of orthodoxy within astronism and how we may categorize different beliefs into these different levels or these different forms of astronism. Again, these are sort of circumstantial forms of astronism. So again, the fact that astronism may emerge among the military, the fact that the way that astronism or astronist belief and practice may emerge in prisons even, or in the workplace, or in rural places, in digital places, in urban places, you know, so all these different manifestations or forms or circumstantial forms of astronism, again, they're all contributing to our overall understanding of the astronist system, essentially. We then have what we call temporal astronism, which is looking at astronism or the different forms of it in relation to time. So looking at contemporary astronism, historical astronism, essentially forms of astronism that no longer exist, pre-omnidoxical astronism, post-omnidoxical astronism, proto-astronism, post-cursory astronism. So all these different things here. Again, even more here, omnidoxical forms of Astronism. So you've got anti-ritualism, you know, the omnidoxy was very sort of anti-ritual, and that continues in the present. Cometanic Astronism, post-omnidoxical Astronism. Again, all these different things they can have definitions of in the institutional dictionary. Heterodoxical Astronism, so you've got anti-cosmocentrism here, anti-astrocentrism, Astronist heterodoxy, anti-institutionism, pro-subscriptionism, and then Astronism by formality. So you've got formal Astronism, unorganized Astronism, informal Astronism, organized Astronism. So again, all these different forms, and this is what meta-Astronist theory is really trying to capture, all these different forms and aspects and manifestations of the Astronist system. Again, Astronism by relevance. So this looks at sort of the different beliefs of Astronism and how they may be classified as core, media, or peripheral to the Astronist system. Of course, astrosoteriology, or specifically Transcension, would be classified as part of core Astronism, whereas other aspects of Astronism may be classified as peripheral to the Astronist system. So now we're going to move on to what we call the Astronist identity, which I think is a really interesting concept and area of study that is really building on this idea of meta-Astronism, studying what Astronism is. Really what the Astronist identity is looking at is what is an Astronist then? If we know if we're looking into what Astronism is, what is an Astronist? And this presentation was adapted from the first Vicinal Assembly, which happened just over a month ago now. And of course, you know, this was sort of received with varying different levels of acceptance at the first Vicinal Assembly. But again, really interesting area to look at, and sort of builds on what we've already kind of been talking about as part of meta-Astronist theory. So really the key points to cover in this section of the Total Immersion really is what it means to identify as an Astronist, why unity among cosmocentric thinkers is essential, what vicinalism is, and why vicinalization needs to take place. So really, we're coming to the end of an era, really, and this is why I've created the Total Immersion into Astronism, because I really wanted to give a sort of overview, really, of where the Astronist belief system is by the end of the founding era over the last 8 years, how it has developed. And of course, this will take place, or will end this founding era on my 23rd birthday, where we will then be moving into what we call the establishment era, which will be a brand new sort of start for Astronism in many ways, a brand new era for us to continue our work. So what it means to be Astronist really is to think cosmocentrically, that is the essential thing. Of course, Astronism is the manifestation of thinking and acting cosmocentrically, but to be an Astronist means to regard really cosmocentrism as one's worldview, and to really see that through by thinking and acting in a cosmocentric way. And really the Astronist Institution is the denomination and organization that really presents the Astronist belief system to the public, and also represents the Astronist community of cosmocentric thinkers, the community of people who think and act cosmocentrically, who regard their worldview to be cosmocentrism. That is what the Astronist Institution, those are the group of people who the Astronist Institution is trying to represent. That doesn't necessarily, it's a really loud vehicle there. This doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, that every single Astronist believes or subscribes to every single belief and orthodoxy of the Astronist Institution. But what that essentially means is that the Astronist Institution is providing the means for the production of this knowledge, for the production and promotion of cosmocentric and Astronist thought thinkers and ideas and beliefs and practices in a way that the public can engage with. It doesn't mean that, you know, it's not the same as the Catholic Church, for example, in that way, where, if the Catholic Church asserts a particular dogma, then every single Catholic has to believe that in order for them to continue to be Catholic. That's not what the Astronist Institution's role is. And I don't want it ever to be that. What the Astronist Institution's role is to provide the beliefs and practices in a way that is succinct, clear, and then people can engage with those and mix and match those in whatever the way they feel is genuine to them, whatever way they feel is authentic to them. It is not about sort of laying the law down in the sense of you have to believe this because the Astronist Institution believes this, and therefore you have to be that, you have to believe that in order to be an astronist. That is not our approach, because again, going back to the previous section, we are based on the philosophical spirit, and so that is not who we are, as a people. So again, just read a little bit more on this page by just pausing it here. You can take a look at sort of the role really of the cosmocentric ideas and how that comes to form, the Astronist identity really. Again, here are a few more information here that I used in this same lecture as part of the first vicinal assembly. So really an integral part of this sort of unity of cosmocentric thinkers is what we call unification, amalgamation, but more specifically and more usually vicinalization. This is really trying to get the universal use of the identifiers astronism and astronist. This is one of my main goals at the First Vicinal Council, First Vicinal Assembly, was to really try and get people who really at the top of their own movements, who the leaders of their own movements, to try and begin to use these types of words, astronism and astronist, in order to unify thinkers under these two terms really. We need unity because the message and community of people we represent needs to be easily identifiable and have real world practical impact. What I mean by that is that everyone who is not an astronist, everyone who does not believe in cosmocentrism, they need to be able to identify that we do, if you understand, very, very easily and very, very distinctly, that yes, we are the cosmocentric thinkers, we are astronists, and we are distinct from you because of that. And I think when we don't have that sort of very solid, distinct identity, I think that's an issue, because I think that's what a lot of these early leaders in the space philosophy movement have found the movements to fall flat because of that. Because they don't have this united identity. If you think about it, the early Christian church, again, struggled in many ways because it hadn't established a united identity. The concepts of being Christian and Catholic really only sort of emerged a little bit later. And of course, it took a long time for that sense of identity, of unified identity, to really take hold across the whole Christian world. This is what I want for astronism and astronists. That doesn't mean that you have to believe in everything that is part of astronism. And I think, again, there's so many people who think that to be an astronist, well, you have to believe in every single aspect of astronism. No, astronism is something much broader than that. It is something a heck of a lot broader than just everything that you believe. It is everything also that you don't believe in relation to the astronomical world. It is belief in relation to the astronomical world, whether that is orthodoxy or heterodoxy, as I think I have presented as clearly as I can. Again, there's just a little bit more information here as to why, we want to preserve this diversity of thought. We don't want just a sort of dogmatic understanding of astronism to prevail. We want we want to get the job done, but we want to do that by maintaining and preserving the diversity of thought that exists within our tradition. I've spoken about the issue of designation in a previous section of this lecture, so I'm not going to go over this again. But again, you can take a look at this as well if you wish, just by pausing the screen now. And really, it is sort of important really to note that this process of vicinalization, this process of unification of astronists will not take place immediately. This will take place as part of what we call vicinal councils or vicinal assemblies. These are of course, we've just conducted the first one about a month ago. These are coming together of people who think in the similar ways we do, think cosmocentrically, and really to discuss our different ideas, essentially. That was what the first Vicinal Council was about. And of course, the next one will discuss different topics, and hopefully as we go on, we will become more unified in our identity. That doesn't mean that we are unified in every single belief. Again, it means that we are identified in some common fundamental ways of viewing the world, primarily cosmocentrism, but that we also maintain our distinct identities. But all of this can be encompassed by the term astronism to me. That astronism as a term encompasses all these different movements into one singular identity that then will help us to present ourselves to the world and act in the world. You know what I mean? Of course, you know, it's the same thing with Christianity. There are Protestants, there are Catholics, there are Calvinists, there are Methodists, there are Orthodox Christians. You know, they're all Christians. Yes, there are different branches, as there are different branches of astronism, but they all identify as Christians. I want the same thing for all these different cosmocentric thinkers, to identify as astronists in order to really present ourselves as a distinct community to the world. So what we call vicinalism means to be in vicinality with the Astronist Institution, essentially, to be in essentially communion with the Astronist Institution. And this is what vicinalism denotes, is this process of coming into communion with the Astronist Institution, and sort of how this should be approached, how it should or may manifest in sort of practical terms, really. The terms vicinal and vicinality or vicinalism come from the term of the adjective vicinal, which means neighboring or adjacent to. And of course, in our context, this relates to denominations and organizations who are neighbors to the institution, essentially, neighbors to the Astronist Institution, adjacent to the Astronist Institution. So more practically, you could say that, you know, coming into vicinality with the institution means that more internal private communications between the Astronist Institution and these sort of other movements and organizations exist, and also more coordination in public messaging takes place. What vicinalism also means is that communications take place under the banner of being astronist and under the banner of astronism, and also that such an organization will come or continue to do, you know, what it does best. It is not my intention or the Astronist Institution's contention to control what you do, because frankly, we don't have time. But I think there does need to be unity in our collective identity. Of course, there are other appellations. There are astronautic humanism, there is cosmism, there is space renaissance. All of these appellations refer to thinking in a cosmocentric way. But of course, I'm advocating for the use of the term astronism and astronist, just because I think it's the most superior term, that's all. I think it captures what we believe. It captures the theme, really, of our beliefs, the cosmocentric beliefs, but it is also separate from the cosmism term that is more associated with the Russian cosmos, of course. So really, building on really from this astronist identity, we now move into section 15, which is looking at the denominations of astronism, essentially denominology, the dividing up of astronism, essentially. Denominology deals with the distinct structures, functions, taxonomies, and interrelations of astronist disciplines. Its endeavor really is to sort of explore in a scholarly way the determination of the proximity of certain denominations to the philosophical foundations of astronism. And that's what it's trying to determine. You know, is this denomination in question, is it in proximity to astronist understandings of the world? Is it in proximity to cosmocentrism? And as I've just spoken about in the previous section, vicinalism is a really important part of that. It is really about bringing astronists together. The principle that those subscribing to a cosmocentric worldview should unite under the banner of Astronism is called visionalism. The term is also primarily applied to the context of Astronist denominations working together to develop closer relations, really as a means to achieve the goals set out in Astronism and the goals set out in those other movements and belief systems. Visionalism is established really as the Astronist contribution and embodiment of broader religious pluralism. Really what it's trying to do is to unite those people who identify with space exploration, the astronomical world, to some degree astrologers, and really to try and bring together sort of these cosmocentric thinkers in many ways under sort of the banner of Astronism, whilst still retaining their distinct beliefs and identities. And also, but also in the sense of, you know, you could have a cosmist astronist. So that cosmist astronist would be someone who sort of relates to the sort of Russian cosmism of the 19th century, but also identifies as an astronist in the contemporary because of their identification with cosmocentrism. I'm not going to go over this again coming into visionality because I've just sort of explored that in a very sort of basic way. But again, you can take a look at this here if you pause the screen now and just have a little read there of what it means to come into visionality and sort of a description of that process. So really, there are three components of visionality. And what this really means is that, you know, defining what it actually means to be visional. What it means to come into visionality with the Astronist Institution, of course, is central to this discourse. And so there exists a sort of series of components that group wishing to come into visionality with the institution must accept. Really, they must accept the 5 dogmas of Astronism, which are really very broad dogmas. They are not specific dogmas. They are, of course, I think cosmocentrism, ultimation, transcension, astrosis, and cosmosis. Essentially, those are the 5 dogmas, and to be sort of in general alignment with the Astronist orthodoxy, but this is left purposely subjective to determine visionality on a case-by-case basis, essentially. Not all movements, this is an important thing, not all movements that identify as cosmocentric have to become into the visionality with the institution in order to become part of Astronism. What I'm talking about when I'm speaking about visionality here is to become in direct communion with the Astronist Institution, which is a different thing in becoming part of Astronism in a scholarly way. Okay, this is a more specific, more specified activity that is taking place here. This is why I'm giving you the 3 components here, because these are more specific stipulations that are not applied to people or groups that want to become part of Astronism as a whole or to identify as Astronist. Visionalization is talking about a more specific process in this regard. So really, the second component of visionality is the fact of the acceptance of the proprietorship of the institution over Astronism, and finally listening to and receiving the dispensations of the institution. So really, there has existed a tradition of unity of cosmocentric thinkers since the very founding of Astronism, essentially, with the words visionalism and visionality finding their origins in Cometan's, my writings, in the Omnidoxy. Of course, equally, there exists the principal responsibilities of the institution as to sort of work towards this process of visionalization, to work towards this process of unification. You know, as we go into the sort of establishment era, we see these different processes within visionalism as, you know, really gaining more traction. We've just, as I've said, conducted the Visional Assembly, the first Visional Assembly. So this is part of the sort of organization of this process of visionalism. And again, I think this will become more apparent as time goes on and as we really delve into the establishment era. So we've got meta-denominational theory or meta-denomination theory. sort of fundamental to the study of denominology is the study of the different processes involved in how Astronist denominations come to form. So we've looked at, of course, vicinalization, but there are other forms that denominations may take processes in or take form in. These include amalgamation, consolidation, and scission. The more general term ramification may also be more broadly used for any instance in which a new Astronist denomination or school of thought is formed. So really, ramification is sort of any of those four ways or processes of an Astronist denomination establishing itself, while those specific terms relate to very specific forms of that. So amalgamation is the processes by which Astronist denominations form through once independent groups or organizations coming together intellectually and organizationally into a singular body due to their sort of reconcilable positions in various theological, philosophical, and astrontial discourses. So what that actually means there is amalgamation is, for example, one organization amalgamating into the institution means that that organization, okay, it may retain some sense of sort of a personal identity, but it becomes part of the institution and very much then identifies as the institution, as the Astronist Institution, is what I'm trying to say there. Is amalgamation is a kind of more extreme form of vicinality or vicinalization, okay? Amalgamation is becoming part of the Astronist Institution, whereas vicinality is becoming in communion with the institution. Those two are very different things. And of course, we also have the second form, which is what we call scission or scissionism. These are when denominations form by division. So when a group or subgroup splits from an already established denomination to form their own denomination. Of course, we've seen this in the history of Christianity with the Protestant Reformation, and then Calvinists splitting off, and then Protestants, and then Methodists. So this is what we call in Astronism scissions. So whenever that occurs in the context of Astronism, we call it a scission. We also then have consolidation, which is the process by which an Astronist denomination is absorbed by the institution in a way that they no longer possess distinct identities. So consolidation really is, or autonomous organizational activities. I think the difference between amalgamation and consolidation is that amalgamation means that the denomination in question still retains autonomous organizational activities, whereas consolidation is the most extreme form where they no longer have a distinct identity, they become part of the Astronist Institution, and they also have no longer sort of autonomous organizational activities, which again is sort of the main distinction there between consolidation and amalgamation. And then we also have what we call remaining denominations, which is vicinalization, referring to this process whereby an Astronist denomination decides to work closer together and build greater interdenominational dialogue, but nonetheless remain denominations. So, for example, we see this in terms of Christianity when we talk about the World Christian Council of Churches, for example, which has Reformed churches, Lutheran churches. This is an example, really, of vicinalization or coming into communion. Well, not coming into communion, but vicinalization, where these denominations still retain their own beliefs, their own organizational activities, their own identities to some degree, but they are certainly in communion and they work more closely together. So again, we have this concept of vicinality for coming into sort of communion with the Astronist Institution in this way, sharing sort of beliefs as well. I think as time goes on, we'll get better at sort of defining these different processes. This is still a very new aspect of Astronism. Of course, as we're going into the establishment era, these types of ideas are becoming more important as we become more established. So some of the dynamics include multi-denominationalism, and of course, a denominational system is a sort of type of symbol that is only used by a certain Astronist denomination, and so isn't a sort of universal symbol of Astronism or Astronist like the Vendox. So any sort of institutional symbol, such as the Great Fire, for example, that is a denominational symbol rather than a sort of universal Astronist symbol. We also have some interesting terms here as part of the other dynamics. We have astronism derived, we have astrogenesis or astrogenetic, and we also have derivation theory. Again, just take a look at these terms if you wish, you can read those. And again, there are also definitions in the Institutional Dictionary of Astronism. Again, here we have branches of Astronism. I'm not going to go over these. If you want to take a look at these, do so, read those. And again, there are definitions in other books, such as the Institutional Dictionary. What I am going to go through quickly is just what we call Astronist currents, which are sort of types of movements within or either encompassed by Astronism, or closely related to topics of central concern to Astronists that often go beyond the bounds of the activities of the institution and the Astronist community. So, for example, the back to space movement is very much a current within Astronism. We also have space philosophy movement. These are sort of broader groups of people that may not necessarily identify as Astronist, may not necessarily sort of be in alignment with the institution, but they certainly share similar topics of interest to the institution and to Astronists and Astronism, but they sort of are more broader movements, and these are what we call currents. These currents generally have what we call themes. They have certain topic areas of interest. Another example is the dark sky movement, which is trying to get sort of more dark sky areas ratified, verified by, and sort of trying to promote sort of stargazing activities. That will be classified as a current within Astronism, or an Astronist current, because these are movements that are not controlled by the institution, but they're nonetheless ongoing, and they are certainly in alignment with the general principles and beliefs of Astronism. Again, there are different approaches to Astronism. We have denominationalism, which is, of course, the fact of choosing to adhere to a certain denomination of Astronism. We have adenominationalism, which is sort of aversion to all denominations of Astronism. Sometimes adenominationalism also includes sort of aversion to all types of organized forms of Astronism. We then have non-denominationalism, which is the fact of a person not yet adhering to any specific Astronist denomination, but still perhaps open to this. Really, an adenominationalist is a person who's made the decision not to identify with a denomination for various reasons, whereas a non-denominationalist or non-denominationalism may not identify with a specific denomination in a temporary capacity, just because they've not explored all the different denominations yet, they've not made a decision yet, or for the purpose of sort of interdenominational dialogue, essentially. That term may be used. Here we come to interdenominationalism, which is, of course, the promotion of denominization within the Astronist Institution, due to the belief that the establishing of denominations represent progressions in Astronist thought. So what this is trying to promote is the idea that, you know, we should have our different Astronist denominations, that they are important to the development of overall Astronism, but that also we need to engage with, you know, dialogue with these different denominations, and that as well is very important to the Astronist system. the taxonomy of Astronism. I'm not going to go into too much depth here because I've already sort of covered in many ways the Astronist taxonomy. But again, you can take a look here by pausing the screen. Really what we're talking about actually in this section is different from the taxonomy previously. So we touched upon it a little bit, but what we're speaking about here is specifically taxonomy of Astronism in relation to the denominations of Astronism, essentially, rather than in relation to the different concepts and beliefs and theories of Astronism. So again, there's these two different forms of taxonomy when we refer to Astronism. I think taxology and Astronist taxology refer to the beliefs, theories, and concepts of Astronism being organized into a sort of taxonomical structure, whereas the phrase taxonomy of Astronism refers to the taxonomy and classification of different belief systems or different denominations within Astronism, okay? So this is a sort of taxonomical structure of Astronism as of the end of the founding era. Of course, this is as of the end of the founding era. So, you know, this will change as time goes on, but I just wanted to capture what we're at now, essentially. So you can see there in 2021, things are all converging towards, all these different denominations are converging towards Astronism and really becoming part of Astronism. And of course, we have differently from that institutional denominations, which of course are institution, the Astronist Institution, which that's how I was distinguishing those before, that, you know, coming as part of Astronism doesn't necessarily mean that you are then an institutional denomination. That doesn't necessarily mean that you are part of the Astronist Institution. When we're referring to Astronism, we're referring to all people around the world who believe in a cosmocentric worldview, whereas institutional Astronism is a much more specific, much more Cometanic version of Astronism, much more aligned with what I've spoken about today in many ways. Types of divisions, again, I'm not going to go through all these because there's just so much to go through. But again, if you wish to take the time, you can do so. You can pause the screen now and take a look at those definitions. They're just different types of divisions, I suppose, different types of formations of different groups, essentially, is what is taking place here. And then we have sort of related approaches, non-institutional and institutional. Of course, institutionalism supports the activities of the Astronist Institution in sort of a very general sense, but also it can refer to sort of support for the institution as the authority within Astronism, as the proprietor of Astronism in many ways. And then, of course, you've got non-institutionalism, which sort of is a general aversion to the provision of authority to the Astronist Institution, sort of a general aversion to sort of organized forms of Astronism in many ways. And then we have what we call denominational organizations. These are sort of legal entities that represent Astronist denominations, but are not themselves denominations. So for example, a denominational organization may identify with Cosmism, for example, but it isn't actually Cosmism itself. It is not an institution. It is not a denomination. It is promoting Cosmism, but it is not a denominational organization. It is not a, denominational institution. An example of that is Space Renaissance Initiative, which doesn't necessarily represent a denomination, but it is certainly a denominational organization. It is representing or promoting Astronist denomination of astronautic humanism, but it is not a denomination in and of itself. And that's the difference between those two things. So an Astronism denomination refers to all instances in which the appellation Astronism is used in official, institutional, disseminatory, and teratological activities. It classifies all uses of the appellation Astronism as a collective branch of Astronism, distinct from other branches of Astronism that use alternative or translated appellations. Of course, we use the term Astronism denomination to refer to the original branch of Astronism, which is the English language version of Astronism, which is of course related to the institution in many ways. And this is different from sort of Chinese forms of Astronism denomination, Spanish forms, which use different terminology because of the translation issues that take place. And again, what we were talking about earlier on in a previous lecture was this problem of delinking, this idea that when you disseminate Astronism into different countries, Astronism to some degree changes because of the different cultural backgrounds of those countries and due to really the different languages of those countries and the requirement for Astronism to be translated into those different languages. We then come on to section 16, which is what we call uvology, the canon of Astronism. So Astronist canonicity, or uvology really, refers to the study of Astronist canonicity or the Astronist canon of literature. Astronist canonicity refers to sort of the process of distinguishing really which texts about Astronism or about cosmocentricity more broadly deserve inclusion as part of the Astronist canon. The Astronist canon is sort of the authority really in saying which texts really belong to or really accurately represent Astronist thought from those which are not. Currently, there exists only 3 entries into the Astronist canonicity. They include 2 major sections of the Astronist canon currently, which is the Great Treatises, which currently includes the Omnidoxy and also includes the upcoming Astrodoxy already. Astrodoxy includes part of that, which are what we call authoritative texts. And then we also have apocanon, which is semi-authoritative, and these include the Institutional Dictionary of Astronism. So again, there's only 3 texts really as part of Astronism so far that have this sort of Astronist canon seal of approval. Of course, a lot more has been written about Astronism other than these 3 texts, but for the purpose of Astronist canon here, we're talking only about fully formed texts. We have what we call the canonical states, which refer really to a series of 5 terms that really denote a kind of different ways or different instances in which the writing of a grand treatise took place. So we've got doxicality, interdoxicality, non-doxicality, and pre-doxicality. You can read what those 4 terms mean there. I think I was supposed to put maybe, I think that should be 4 terms instead of 5 terms there. So I'll just change that quickly for you. Again, what these 4 terms are really speaking about here is the different instances in which a concept may have emerged, or the different instances in which a grand treatise may have emerged, or some aspect of Astronism may have emerged. Did it emerge or occur during the writing of a grand treatise, which is obviously what we call doxicality, or did it occur between the writing of a grand treatise? So what you'd have to look at there is, when were these grand treatises written, and where was the first mention of this aspect of Astronism? Where did this first emerge from, essentially? So denotations, again, are a specific type of term within Astronism. They relate to one of the grand treatises and sort of different aspects to that grand treatise, essentially. So we've got pre-omnidoxicality, post-omnidoxicality, omnidoxicality, astrodoxicality. So again, you can take a look at more of those later on. And then we come on really to the sort of disciplines really within uvology, which are omnidoxicology, which I think is part of uvology, but it might be part still of Astronist culture. I'll have to take a look at that and get back to you on that. I think it is a sort of co-discipline really. I think it's part of Astronist culture because of the omnidoxy as part of Astronist culture, but it is also part of uvology as well. Separately, the discipline of astrodoxicology, of course, deals with the upcoming Cometanic treatise of the Astrodoxy, which is yet to be published, but I'm composing that right now. Astrodoxicology really is largely reflective of the discipline of omnidoxicology in many ways, and will sort of be structured in a very similar way to sort of deal with the Astrodoxy texts as soon as it is published. It might be a few years though in the future before the Astrodoxy text it becomes anywhere near publishable. So we'll see what happens with that. There are a series really of convictions relating to ufology. Really sort of these describe different approaches to ufology, different understandings of it. We've got predicationism, astrodoxicalism, and sodalism. So again, take a look at those terms by pausing the screen now. You can read those. I know I've said that a lot, but I just don't want to really sort of repeat what I've just said on the screen. So I prefer it if you guys just pause and read for your own sort of in your own time, really, for your own perspective, rather than me just regurgitating what is said on the screen here. We also have what we call orientations. Again, you know, these deal with sort of, ufology really deals with sort of the general features of sort of the great treatise. But we also have what we call sophistication, which is the action of reading a great treatise for the purpose of increasing one's degree of philosophicality and stellancy. So again, this is an orientation on ufology where it's kind of like an approach, really. Why are you reading a great treatise is the question there. Separately, there is the concept of what we call, or practice of what we call, incentometry, which is the sort of counting really of a the determination of the length of a great treatise or text by its the degree of its incentensations rather than its page count. And then we also come to this idea of the aponatra. So the aponatra is the term for the sum total of the texts that I will produce during my lifetime. And I want to introduce here today the book, which does not yet exist in its form, but I intend to contribute to it and sort of following my cosmization, I'm sure that it will be published, which is what I call the Sidereon, which is really going to be a book that will comprise all of the different things that I've said throughout my life into a singular work, but the most important aspects really. And I think possibly in the future what it could be is that the Sidereon really is becomes the book of Astronism essentially. I know that's hard to believe now because of the omnidoxy and how that is considered to be sometimes the book of Astronism, but I think that the Sidereon really will be my final farewell to the world. And of course, sidereology will deal with the process of compiling this book. The degree to which I will be involved in that, I'm not sure, but you know, I think that that needs to take place at some point following my cosmization. I think it will be really important to sort of gain that clarity really for astronism in the future, because of course there is so much discussed in part of omnidoxy, astrodoxy and future texts that there will need to be a book that compiles all the most important parts together. Here's just a very simple compositional timeline that I created. Again, very interesting. You know, this shows really how sort of the omnidoxy was created, the sort of the timeline for this. And of course, this will continue. This timeline will get much bigger as time goes on. It's only been 8 years, so not that long really. But again, that might be helpful if you want to look at sort of introdoxicality or doxicality as well. I'm going to give more specific, as I go back through my memories and try and get to specific dates, I will do for when I wrote and finished the omnidoxy and so on and so forth. As well, I think that that will be a job for Astronist historians. You know, I'm just trying to produce as much as I can right now in terms of my understanding of astronism. I'm sure that someone in the future will engage with those types of activities, you know, organizing all this together and sort of periodizing it and making it into sort of a historical timeline that can be done later on. Now we come to the study of astroncy, or sidereology. Really, ever since its founding, astronism has always been very self-aware. And that's, I think, a really important part of the personality of astronism, really. And sort of part of this quality has come with the development of meta-Astronist theory, sort of this critical understanding of the Astronist system, sort of this introspective understanding of the Astronist system as sort of not a perfect system, but one that continues to get better and needs continual improvement. This is not something that you see or have seen in Christianity or Islam very much. Especially from their origins, essentially. And sort of a core part of this self-awareness is the establishment of the discipline of sidereology or astronology. The former dealing with astroncy, while the latter really pertains to the study of the astronic tradition in general, sort of the structures of the astronic tradition. Also, this deals with astrodesy, the archiving of astronism, and designation, those ways by which astronism may be described and defined. So astroncy studies, of course, studies space exploration and belief. This is what we call sidereology. Astroncy studies is the overall study of astronism and astroncy, especially in the sort of academic sense, I would say. So if an institution was to want to study astronism, it would be called sidereology or astroncy studies. Okay, sidereologists therefore not only explore the history of astroncy, the inner workings of this type of belief system, but also transanthropology, astronism itself, and the concepts of calence and perinism. Of course, some key terms here, I'm not going to read them out. I've already sort of explored some of these a little bit as well, including afflation. Just some key terms there that you can take a look at for yourself. And of course, there are many different branches of this astroncy studies for universities and maybe even high schools and colleges, and possibly even primary schools as well, if you sort of simplify it enough. You know, there exists astrocosmology, astroeschatology, we've got cosmontology, which I've not really spoken much about in this lecture, but I may do it some other time. Astrosoteriology, astronality theory. Again, we've covered a lot of these branches, but maybe not all of them. Meta-Astroncy, again, in this tradition of sort of self-awareness and introspection, studies the system of astroncy, the type of belief system that it is, its structures, its ways that it can be improved, ways that it can be better understood, and the sort of systems and functions of it over time. And then we come to what we call calence, really, astroncy and calence. An important function of astroncy is the production of beliefs, practices, and logical notions about space exploration and the astronomical world. Really, it is this function of astroncy that importantly fuels much of the development of astronism. And really, it is in this that we see sort of the key relationship between astronism and astroncy. This idea that astroncy as a belief production system is producing these beliefs, concepts, theories, terms that then astronism adopts, so then it can present these as part of the Astronist system to the public. So again, there is a system here that is taking place. There is a mechanism that is taking place whereby astroncy produces these beliefs and concepts and knowledge about outer space and the astronomical world, and then astronism interprets those, organizes those, and presents those to the public. So this is a really, really important relationship, because if we didn't have this, we wouldn't have the structure of astronism itself, or even astroncy. So, empirical production. If astroncy functions as the product of beliefs about the astronomical world to give relevance to outer space and its exploration to religious and philosophical themes, then what we call calence is the other half of this same coin. Calence really studies is this same type of systematic enterprise, but is limited to the empirical production of knowledge about the astronomical world and space exploration, with little extension of this knowledge into religious or philosophical discourses. It is this extension that describes the relationship between calence and astroncy, okay? That really astroncy is the production of beliefs, practices, and things that relate to philosophy and religion, essentially. And calence is the production of knowledge, empirical knowledge, scientific knowledge in relation to astronomical world and space exploration. Of course, this includes astronomy and the subjects of space exploration. Of course, these scientific subjects. Calence, though, still influences astronism, because what is produced in calence also makes us understand what is part of astronism, essentially. What is produced through calence, through the knowledge that is produced through calence, comes to influence the Astronist system. If we find that there is life on other planets through calence, through our knowledge, through empirical productions, then this will come to affect the beliefs that are produced as part of astroncy, and then this will eventually come to influence the Astronist system, okay? So this is how this structure emerges, really. What I should really do eventually is create like a diagram to sort of explore and visualize how sort of this belief or systematic enterprise exists. And I will do that eventually. Just give me a little bit of time. So calicity therefore denotes knowledge about the astronomical world and space exploration, while astrophysicity therefore denotes beliefs about the astronomical world and space exploration. These two systematic enterprises are absolutely fundamental to the functioning of this mechanism of astronism that we talk about. Without these productions taking place, astronism would be a barren system. Then we come to what we call Pyrrhonism. So really, we've spoken so much about Pyrrhonism in this total immersion, but haven't really used the word directly itself yet. I may have mentioned it a little bit, but not too much. Fundamental to astroncy is the conviction that the astronomical world holds redemptive capacities for humankind. And this is what we call Pyrrhonism. This belief has a word, and this word is Pyrrhonism. And so all astronists are automatically Pyrrhonists, okay? Because astronism can't exist without Pyrrhonism. When we're talking before about Christianity's based on the ideas of the soul, well, astronism is based on the idea of Pyrrhonism. Astroncy couldn't exist without this concept of Pyrrhonism. We also have this idea of sidereology. So in addition to belief in Pyrrhonism, what is also core to astroncy is the assertion that the astronomical world indeed relates to human emotion, the meaning of life, and the fate of both the individual and of all humankind. So of course here what I'm referring to is that the astronomical world relates to philosophical discourses, essentially. We use the word siderene or sidereality to relate to this attribute of the astronomical world. And we use the related term sidereality to denote this quality itself, as well as the study of this quality. As the astronomical world is indeed the existential source, as is the implication of its sidereality, then this quality of it should be studied from all its aspects. And of course, this forms one part or one core part of the Astronist system. We also have then what we call astrodicy, which is sort of the tradition of archiving within astronism. So as part really of the Grand Astronist archives were sort of officially established or founded sometime during the year of completion. So they're really not that old in terms of the founding era. The more later on, really. Yet, you know, I've been archiving content that I've been creating for Astronism since the very inception of Astronism in 2013. In the last couple of years, however, a great effort has been made on my part and other people involved in Astronism to really archive every single aspect of the Astronist system. Hence, the Grand Astronist Archives were born. What we call Astrodisy is the discipline of study dealing with the Grand Astronist Archives itself. It studies the features of the archives, the revisions, the history, the way that we approach its presentation, you know, its purposes, its functions in relation to the Astronist system, and also its authority as well. So this is what we call Astrodisy. The Grand Astronist Archives works on a process of revision as part of the standard Christian year, not cometanic annual time periods, which are different. This means that new revisions of the Grand Astronist Archives take place or emerge every December rather than at the end of every June. Revisions are entirely new forms of the archives that have been duplicated from the previous revision in order to capture a screenshot of what the archives look like at the time of the revision's end. But essentially then from the time of its creation, new things are added, and that's how we gain these new versions of the archives, essentially. So there's already existing, I think, at least one version of full version or revision of the Astronist Archives. I think we're in the second revision now. The Astronist Archives hold a front-facing function. So essentially that as time goes on, we're beginning to reveal the contents of the archives and publish this to the public. For anyone to view, but then there's also an inward-facing function of the archives also that only the Astronist institutional staff or verified or authorized people can engage with. We call these reviewers, okay? Editors of or archivers of the Astronist Archives are these people granted permission to obviously edit the archives, a permission not lightly bestowed. Okay, so there's these different types of people who engage with the archives. Archival revisions therefore represent stages in the development of the Astronist Archives and really present sort of stages in the development of Astronism, really. You can follow how Astronism has developed on through looking at the archives and its different revisions. Part of this sort of process of the archiving of the Omnidoxy was a really big element of sort of the first revision of the Astronist Archives, essentially. That archiving each of the insentensations of the Omnidoxy was a really important aspect of the first revision of the archives. And so, you know, of course, there exists this very interesting aspect where, you know, as part of Astrodisy, we were able to really understand the Omnidoxy in a better way, in a more clearer way, because we could segment each aspect of the Omnidoxy down to a singular archival article. So again, we've got these different revisions, and of course, you know, we can look back and see, well, by the time the second revision was created, this had been added to it, but then by that time, this hadn't been added to it. So again, you know, we have these different revisions, but of course, you know, they change over time, essentially. Features of the archives, I'm not going to go through all these or explain them because they are actually should be in the institutional dictionary. Again, these all will be in there as under the heading of Astrodisy. These are just different features that exist in the archives, so it's not really that interesting, I suppose, but I just wanted to include them here as part of the study of Astrodisy. So now let's quickly move on to Astronology, which is the study of Astronicism overall. There are really sort of, you could say I've put 5 forms there, but really I would think that there are actually 6 forms, because more recently we've distinguished astronic mythology from astronic culture, even though, of course, astronic mythology relates to astronic culture, but I do think there is a difference there between the two. So we've actually got 6 forms of Astronicism now. Of course, this includes Astronic culture, Astronic ideology, Astronic mythology, philosophy, religion, and Astronic science. Astronicism and Astronism. Of course, the study of these cultural aspects of Astronicism reach far beyond the auspices of Astronism, which constitute just one contemporary dimension of course, the broader Astronic tradition. And of course, as Astronism grows and develops, it is expected that it will take a much broader, larger role within the sort of broader Astronic tradition. But as of the end of the founding era, the Astronic tradition in its entirety is far broader than what Astronism encompasses. The academic study of Astronism is important to the development of Astronism itself. And so this is why we have previously what we called sidereology, interchangeably used with what we call astronology as well. If the academic study of Astronism is the study of Astronism from a neutral perspective, then Astronist scholarship denotes the academic study of Astronism purely from a non-Astronist perspective. And again, that is very important to, that is very important to kind of highlight there, that there is these 2 approaches to the study of Astronism academically, by Astronists from a neutral perspective, by non-Astronists, and also by Astronists from a very sort of more apologetic perspective, in a way, sort of in favor of Astronism, which then sort of moves more into teratology to some degree. So you've got to just be a little bit careful with that. But generally we include the more of the neutral version and then the non-Astronist version, which will always be generally more critical and neutral. We've also got Disciplinology, which is the study of the various different disciplines of Astronism, trying to organize these hundreds of different Astronist disciplines that exist. We call this disciplinarity, which is essentially trying to sort of categorize these different disciplines. There are also many different types of disciplines as part of Astronism. You can read some of them here if you pause and take a look at some of these definitions. Oh, and that was it for Disciplinology. I didn't really get much to put in there because, again, we've just not got time as part of this total immersion. But again, as time goes on, I'll do a proper lecture on just Disciplinology. But as you can tell, it's not the most central aspect of Astronism, but I did want to include it. Promenology. So promenology is a discipline of Astronism that is part of astronology, really. It's part of sort of the overall sort of study of Astronism, but it really categorizes what is the most central aspects of Astronism. That's what promenology is concerned with. That is its primary sort of consideration. What are the most important aspects of Astronism, and what are the most important beliefs, practices, theories, people in Astronism that make Astronism what it is? That's what promenology studies, categorizes, and then presents, okay? Promenology then is that discipline that sort of studies the sort of major aspects, or the most important studies the most important, I'm going to just finish that, sorry, aspects of Astronism, and represents a means of addressing this sort of ongoing struggle, really, to determine what Astronism is and what is the most important aspect of Astronism, essentially. As we saw in meta-Astronist theory and its exposition of the motional nature of Astronism, the question of what constitutes the most important part of Astronism is one that is not easily answered. So that is one that promenology tries to address and answer. Part of that is what we call new concept development. So considering whether new concepts coming into Astronism should be classified as really important or as more peripheral. So core, mid-area, or peripheral, if you remember back to the different forms of Astronism. Here we have sort of different branches. We've spoke about the Great Elucidation previously, but again, there are just some aspects there that you may wish to take a look at. Again, here are just some main Astronist beliefs as a result of the discipline of phenomenology. The first of these is epimatism, which you'll have heard me speak about before, but here's another definition of it. So pause the screen whenever you wish to look at some of these definitions. We've got plenism, we've got extralism, we've got existential pursuit, we've got sidereostantialism, we've got etherealism, we've got astro-transcendentalism, we've got cosmogenesis, which is a funny word, I know, but it's a really interesting one. It's the notion that the cosmos and the source of the astronomical world are the superior source or only source for sort of religious and philosophical ideas and truth and knowledge. So again, that goes back to the existential source study of astronomism. We've also got mediationism, intermedialism, portalism, portionism, or kismetism, we also call that, presentimentism, riefism or raifism, and subservientism. I don't know if we've got any more. Yeah, one more, nictogenism. So again, now we've gone over some of those most important or key astronist beliefs. We will now come to the technical, thematic, and simplified definitions of terms within astronomism. So, of course, this section really is more for you to read. I will sort of tell you what these terms are, and then you can take a read of the different definitions of these. What this really section is trying to achieve is to get you to understand that there are vastly different ways that just one term in astronomism, especially some of these broader terms, these massive terms, can be defined as. And this section will show you that in either a way of being thematic, technical, or simplified. Okay, so the first one, of course, we have astronomism. So here we have a technical definition of astronomism, a simplified definition of astronomism, and then a soterial or soteriological definition of astronomism. So again, take a look at the definition there, these different definitions, and just compare them. See how I've written them differently. Just see how really, in a way, you'll be able to see how I've been able to focus on different aspects of astronomism using different terminology. Of course, in the technical part, you know, I've used a lot more sort of specific terminology to astronomism than in the simplified version. But again, sometimes the simplified versions I'm not that good at. I tend to just use these terminology without even thinking of it. So again, sometimes the simplified version may not always be simplified, but I'm getting better at it. Same here for the term astronist. So again, take a look here. There are the technical versions, the simplified, and the eschatic. Eschatic refers to the eschatological versions of astronomism or type of astronist definition. We have a definition for the astronic tradition here, one that is technical, simplified, and then what is a lot more historical, looking at sort of archaeology, using terms from archaeology and proto-anthropology. We've got definitions here for the omnidoxy. Again, take a look at these. We've got a thematic version, a technical and a simplified. Translationism, another term here, 3 definitions for you to take a look at and read. Astroncy, another 3 definitions here. Take a look at those. Cosmocentrism, again, take a look at that. 3 more definitions there for that term. Astronality, again, take a look at those terms and those definitions and just describe. Again, I've put there the psychological version of the definition of astronality, which again takes a much more, of course, psychological, scientific, more empirical basis for the definition about what astronality is, based on probably some of the works of Daughtry and Kelly from since 2003. We also have astrosis, which is, of course, a dogma of astronomism. You can have a technical version, simplified and thematic. And I think cosmosis might be the final one. This one, you've got a technical, simplified, and stipulationist definition of cosmosis. So again, just take a look at these and compare and contrast the different ways that you can define these major terms. Okay, so now we come to really Astronist diagrams. What I've done is, as part of this total immersion, and I will do it again for the second immersion, is I've created a series of diagrams, really. These are really for visualizing the Astronist belief system. Okay, so these will be exploring some aspects, but not all aspects of the Astronist system that I've already spoken about. Some are quite simple, so like this one, the tripartite of beliefs. Then they start getting a little bit more developed here with the quartet of beliefs of Astronism. Now we're starting to get into a little bit more complicated. This is to show the astronic tradition structure, the three different major branches, and then looking at the sort of the sub branches of those and how they interconnect with one another. And now we come on to the most at this stage, although Major Astronism Mechanism 3, which I'm doing right now, is a heck of a lot more complicated than even this mechanism. But what we call the major Astronist mechanisms are the most complicated diagrams within all Astronism, essentially. These are a classification of diagrams that really try to explore Astronism really in the most complicated way possible. So even though the major Astronist mechanism 3 is going to be a heck of a lot more sort of, what's the word? It's going to be a heck of a lot more complicated than this one. This Astronist mechanism 1 is exploring astroeschatology and astrosoteriology. What I'll probably do is a separate video where I describe or just go through this one diagram. And I'll do that for each of the Astronist mechanisms, okay? But again, this is just for you to take a look at. Use the terms, the keywords that I've used, definitions to sort of refresh your memory as to what I'm talking about when I'm using sort of these diagrams. And again, we've got a second major Astronist mechanism here. This is talking about personal astroeschatology and astrosoteriology, whereas the previous slide was looking at a sort of more of collective, more of a collective astroeschatology and astrosoteriology, okay? This diagram is showing you or visualizing the Astronist cosmology, essentially. Again, you can take a look back at the Astronist cosmology to sort of refresh your memory about these different words, different concepts within it. But again, this is a sort of visualization here of what the Astronist cosmology is essentially trying to say. You'll have seen this one before because this was in the one of the previous lectures. But again, this is just those two schools of thought within Astronism and the common belief thread in the middle. And then you have this really kind of a quite complicated one, which is what we call the concentricity of Astronism. This is 5 dogmas, Astronist doctrines, school-specific doctrines, and irrespective qualities. The irrespective qualities here are referring to qualities of people or qualities of Astronism that exist irrespective of doctrine and dogma. So even if those dogmas changed or moved, these irrespective qualities will always exist as part of just the facts of reality, essentially. Whereas, of course, the doctrines and school-specific doctrines are, subject to change and have different interpretations, essentially. So this is what we call the concentricity of beliefs in Astronism. Of course, the closer you get to the center, the more sort of specific things become. And of course, the more important in some ways they become. We've got a spider diagram of Astronism. So again, this is just another way of being able to visualize the whole of Astronism, essentially. Doesn't really do much for really explaining lots of things, but what it does is provide you with interconnections of beliefs, essentially, doesn't it? It provides you with how different beliefs or different aspects of Astronism are interconnected, how they may relate to one another, and sort of these 4 different branches really you could understand of Astronism, which of course are beliefs, practices, identity, and then you've got in the red circle there, or oval, sorry, figures, texts, and organization of Astronism. Okay. Now, finally, we come to the section 20, which is the concluding slides of this total immersion. Thank you for everyone for sticking with me this far. I know it has been absolutely extensive. Your brains are probably just as much fried as mine are right now. I'm going to take a break after I do this because, as you might be able to tell, I'm getting pretty tired right now. But I just want to try and push through and get through this last section here. So what I wanted to include really as part of this conclusion was just a quote that has been associated with me for quite a while now, which is that my faith is strongest when the night sky is clear. That captures all of Astronism, really. That captures everything in just a really short quote there. So, you know, think on that and what I mean by that. I've not done very well with the references here. I thought I would have done more resources for you, but probably what I can do is include those in the information in the comments or something like that. Usually I provide a heck of a lot more. Oh, here we go. There's a lot more, further resources here. Probably what I'll just do is include these as part of this. Yeah, some of these relate to the Astronic tradition. Some of these resources relate to kind of, I suppose, in a way, just, I suppose, different aspects of Astronism, really, different functions within Astronism, how Astronism, of course, these resources are not extensive. They are just one or a few different things that I've picked out. You can take a look at my master's dissertation, anything to do with Astronic tradition, and you want to find resources for anything that I've spoken about, go to my master's dissertation, because that will give you everything you need to know. The link is there. And then there's an addendum here, which I've put for my doctoral research proposal on religious freedom and state recognition of belief, which is the new title, the new main title for this, my doctorate that I'm doing right now. So if you're interested in freedom of religion or belief, go over to that doctorate research proposal of mine and you can learn all about it. Here are some Astronist books. Of course, the Concise Dictionary of Astronism was published last year. The Omnidoxy, most of it was published the year before, but it's still not finished. I know it's still not finished, but we'll get there. I will get there. And something that I'm currently doing right now is the Institutional Dictionary of Freedom of Religion or Belief. I'm doing the first edition of this. This is coming very soon, hopefully sometime this month or next month, meaning July 2021, if I can get my work done. There's so much to do, as you can tell. Here's a further book that I have, of course, which is the Institutional Dictionary of Astronism. Here are some websites that you can take a look at. Join me for a conversation with Cometan as we continue on. There's only a few episodes left of season 2. Hopefully I will be able to have time to do season 3 sometime in the autumn or maybe early next year. I've not really decided yet because season 2 has just kind of taken it out of me. There's just been so much going on for season 2. And of course, this total immersion as well. So I'm going to have a little break really from a conversation with Cometan for a while. And then I'm sure season 3 will be back sometime in the future. And there we go, everybody. So you have been listening to me, Cometan, as part of this total immersion into Astronism. We got through it. How many slides was that? It was 1,061 slides. So you've just witnessed 1,061 slides. So thank you, everybody, for if many people got this far, I don't know. Maybe no one else is listening at this stage because they're just falling asleep at this stage. But thank you, everybody, for reaching this stage of the end of the Total Immersion here. I will see you in I think it could be the final episode of season 2 of A Conversation with Cometan. I'm going to be speaking at Giulio Prisco's event, which is the colloquium, I think, at the end of July, and that will be published on the 1st of August, I think, something like that, at the very beginning of August. That, I think, will be published. And so, yes, hopefully, we will get there. And, I don't know. Tell me what you think in the comments about everything that I've spoken about. It may be very difficult to do that. I've gone through a heck of a lot in just this one lecture here. I'm going to go for a rest now. But again, thank you for listening to me. I'm Cometan. I'm crazy, but Astronism is crazy, but it's brilliant. And I love it. It's my life. It's my vocation. And thank you for coming on this journey with me through the Total Immersion, really to sort of commemorate really the end of the founding era. But of course, by the time this video is published, the establishment era will already be well underway. So hello everyone who's viewing now and or who's viewing far in the future. I'll now leave you now. I'll now sign off as Cometan. Thank you everyone for listening to this total immersion into Astronism.